recognized at the 50th anniversary AGM of Wista International in 2024 as the first National Wista Association NWA in
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings.
Thank you very much, Mr. DJ. May I, at this junction, please appeal to everyone at the photo stand to please take our seats. Please, may I humbly request us to take our seats. We want to commence this program this morning. Permit me, on behalf of the organizers, to appeal to every one of us for starting relatively behind schedule. We need to put some things in place to make sure we come to the opening ceremony in a very good and very quality way. So let me use this opportunity to welcome each and every one of us to the 8th Wista African Regional Conference, holding at the Eco Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island. And the theme of discourse for this conference speaks to From Policy to Progress, Women Delivering Africans Shipping and Trade Energy Future. And the fact remains that we will commence with the plenary session 1, and we come to the opening ceremony of the program, and thereafter to the plenary session number 2. I will be the director of protocol for this conference. My name remains Olusegun Okwade, and I'm not doing this alone. I have with me my co-anchor. It will be nice for them to meet you, Ramat.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ramat Okarbimina, and I'm a member of Wista Nigeria. It's a pleasure to co-MC with Mr. Chesson, and I believe that we're going to have a fantastic time. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ramat. We will be doing this together, and we promise we'll make it business-like to make sure that you get value for being part of this program. On behalf of the host president, we want to welcome all our international delegates very much present here. Please, can we put our hands together and celebrate them being part of this conference hosted by Wista Nigeria. Nigerians, I believe we can do better than that when we have our guests with us. Wonderful. So straight to the plenary session 1, which is high-level panel. Permit me at this juncture, I will be inviting the speaker and the panelists to do justice to the topic of discuss. The topic we are handling for this plenary session 1 speaks to high-level panel from commitment to delivery, maritime policy, net zero transition, and trade in Africa, bridging the gap between what Africa signs and what Africa builds. And let me invite the moderator of the session first so that she can take her position, because the next few minutes I will be stepping down for her to have a complete version of this particular session. It gives me great pleasure to welcome upstage the moderator for the plenary session 1. Join me as I welcome Claire Ofodele. Please, a round of applause for her as she take a seat up here. I want to make an appeal to every one of us and possibly state this, that when you clap, you kind of energize yourself, release certain hormones that are not there, and it's a very good way of having it. Claire, you can please have your seat. Thank you. So when we invite people to come up stage, so please, when we invite people high up there to have their seats, when we invite people high up there to come talk to us, just an appeal that you are doing yourself a very great thing by clapping, and you are also encouraging them. They are here today, might be your turn tomorrow. So when you celebrate people, what do? They celebrate you too. So on this note, I want to have a speaker on the topic of discuss. a man who I refer to as a maritime strategist, a public affairs expert, turnaround maintenance specialist, leadership thought leader, a former DG of NIMASA. Put your hands together as I welcome Dr. Dakuko Peter. At least if you can't clap for a female like you, it's a man like me now. Encourage us with your clap. Thank you very much. We are doing great with that. Let me invite the panelists that will be speaking to the paper of discuss this morning. Yeah, boss, sir, you just have to be with us. You'll be high up here with us. When we start the opening ceremony, I'm sure the seats reserved for you will definitely be used. Please, another round of applause for him as he comes up stage. Let me invite the panelists that will be having a discuss of his paper this morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome a past president of Wista, a quintessential woman who has done excellently well. Aside that, in Wista, she's the principal partner, Jane Chiwazo and Partners. Join me as I welcome an eloquent and quintessential woman, Jane Chiwazo and Nishere S.A.N. Except if you are an S.A.N., you can reduce the clap. Thank you very much, Ma, for honoring our invitation. The last but not the least, to join them as panelists for this discuss this morning, join me as I welcome the Trade Advisor, Sustainability Value Chain, Maritime and Energy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. Let's put the hands together as we welcome to me on Nomade. Please, a round of applause for her as she takes a seat. Thank you very much, Claire. I'm sure you have your work cut out for you. Directly in front of you, you have your time. 50 minutes is set out for this session. So you manage it with your speaker and the panelists so that we can have the best out of it. And your time starts now. Over to you, Claire.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the opening plenary. My name is Claire Delay. I'm an economist, and I'm going to be your moderator this morning. The title of our session this morning is Climate Policy, Net Zero, and Trade in Africa, building a bridge between what Africa signs and what Africa builds. This morning, we're going to have an honest conversation about the implementation realities in Africa. We've signed frameworks, we've endorsed conventions across the maritime sector, trade, climate, sustainability, macroeconomics. So what does this mean for us? Once we've signed and put down the paper, what does it mean for African reality? And how do we ensure that in an increasingly changing global climates, global policy climates, how do we ensure that what we eventually implement and build works for us as a continent and also across the sub-regions? To start off the 50 minutes, we're going to have a scene-setting presentation from Dr. Dakuku Peter's side. He sat at the heart of maritime policy, governance, and leadership. He is the former DG of NIMASA, Nigeria's maritime regulatory agency. And so this morning, he's going to start us off by framing the topic, framing the conversation for the next 10 minutes, and then we'll have a conversation for the next 30 minutes on it. So Dr. Peter Side, you have the floor.
Hello. Hello. If you know you're present in this room, show by a raise of hand. You know, there are two different things. You can be physically present here, but not present in the room. I hope we are actually having our seats and at the same time we are present. Is that correct? The other thing is the fact that for centuries, I'm cautious of the 10 minutes, so you don't need to bother. For centuries, the sea has always connected people, economies, cultures, and traditions. But today, Wista is connecting people and connecting ideas. I think we should clap for Wista. So we're not going to just talk about ships, ports, or even regulation. It's all about people, and we're going to talk about people. So I've been asked to, by the way, let me acknowledge former DGs of NIMASA here, my predecessors, and two of them are prominently seated in the room. From somebody I always refer to as my elder sister, Mrs. Nfon Usoro. To my brother, and when I say my brother, this is my real brother. He's smiling. Royal Highness, we acknowledge your presence, and other dignitaries will acknowledge your presence. We'll just go straight. I've been asked to set the stage on what is titled Maritime Policy, Net Zero Transitions and Trade in Africa, bridging the gap between what Africa signs and what Africa builds. It is indeed an honor to speak with you today on a topic that I believe is at the center of Africa's future. Maritime policy, net zero transition, and trade. The title is deliberate. Between what Africa signs and what Africa builds. I am conscious of the fact that I'm speaking to an African audience, not a Nigerian audience. Oh, by the way, I've seen Mrs. Felicia Mogo. What I'd like to say about Dr. Mogo, she's the pride of Africa. She is not only the representative of Nigeria in many expert panels, she is representative of the African continent. And so whenever we see her, we must celebrate her. We're not just celebrating her, we're celebrating what she represents. That women can get to the peak, women can excel at the peak. Thank you very much. And so, like I said, the topic was deliberately chosen. The truth is this. If we're honest to ourselves, Africa is not short of commitments, policies, regulations. You have the Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy. You have the, and now I'd like to add the word, revised African Maritime Transport Charter. We have the Lomé Charter. I was part of that in 2016 in Togo. You have the Africa Blue Economy Strategy. I was part of that in Kenya in 2018 and 2019. And so the issue is not that we would lack policies or we don't have sufficient policies. But the challenge for us, and that's what we're going to be dealing with today, is the fact that despite the existence and predominance of these policies, continental instruments, what actually has Africa built? Our ports, are they competitive? Do we have African flag vessels? It's not just enough to sign these instruments. How many of these instruments have we implemented? We have preponderance of instruments. How many have we implemented? How many have strengthened our institutions or even our maritime ecosystem? How many have we financed? And the questions can go on and on. The truth is this: policy itself does not build ports, does not make our ports smart or green. Policy does not move goods from one location to the other. It's good to have policy, so you don't get me wrong. It's good to sign these instruments. It's good to be in the room where these instruments are endorsed. But it leaves us with a real issue. How come our ports are not competitive? How come our ports are not efficient? How come we don't even carry our own cargo? Policy does not train seafarers, does not reduce emissions, nor does policy build ships. And that's a dent in what we're doing in our sector. The challenge is that for as long as we are not deliberate in executing policy and translating policy to outcomes, it's of no use to us. And that's indeed the subject. It's execution that will guarantee Africa's future in the maritime sector. And so I speak today not from the perspective of regulation, administration, or implementation. I've served in the apex of maritime regulation, not only in the country, but in the continent of Africa. As Chief Executive of NIMASA, as Chairman, Association of African Maritime Administrations, for 3 years. And so I've seen firsthand the difference between what looks good on paper and what actually works in practice. And so one of the major lessons I learned working in Nigeria is that, like many African countries, we are deliberate about domestication of international instruments. We are very focused. And the reason is simple. We understand the language of compliance. So once when IMO will come, whenever IMO comes for audit, Nigeria, do you have this? Yes. Ghana, do you have this? They tick. But there's no deliberateness in translating this policy to outcomes at all. That, for me, is a challenge. Very often, it ends with domestication. I remember working with Mrs. Aisha Jida at the time, and she was our head of legal, director of legal. She was very focused on domestication, and she achieved a lot. I gave her a lot of credit, and I've seen a number of persons who were in the room with us at the time. But beyond domestication, what have we done with these instruments? How come it's not translating to more efficient ports? To African fleets? To reduction of emissions? And so, when there is policy and there's no enforcement, when there is regulation, there's no capacity to enforce the regulation, then you can see the gap. You require more than policy to begin to see results. When we adopt instruments and our workforce is not prepared for execution, there's a huge gap. And so, this is the gap we must confront. The gap between policy execution, and translating policy to result. The distance in maritime sector between policy and execution is not just an administrative problem. It affects us in trade. Let me just do an illustration so that we understand this. When our ports are not efficient, you pay for it. You think that shipping companies pay for it. No, you pay for it. When our ports are not efficient, they simply transpose the cost to the final consumer. So we pay for it. Less persons will be interested in investing even in our ports, in our economy. And so when we are not able to translate policy to tangible outcomes, it is an economic problem. It may also be an administrative problem. It goes to the bottom line ultimately. It affects our economy. It affects our development. It affects us in many ways. The reason is simple. For Africa and most continents, trade depends on ports. Now, port itself depends on infrastructure. Whether it's technology infrastructure, other forms of infrastructure. So when your ports are not efficient, there's a value chain that is affected throughout. When you come up with several regulations that even confuse investors and shippers, ultimately our people will pay for it. Until we understand that connection, we're not going to make progress. Now, if you take this and go specifically to the issue of net zero transitions and trade, and so we're not speaking about three issues. We're not just speaking about maritime policy on one hand, net zero transition on the other hand, and trade. They are all interconnected. The outcome of these interconnected concepts is the issue of trade and our development. The reason is simple. A weak port, like I said earlier, affects trade, or an inefficient port affects trade. A weak regulatory system affects investment. If I am not sure that if I make an investment here today, it can be guaranteed, it can be secured, I'm not going to make any investment. Our ports remain the way they are. It will affect trade in many ways. In any case, a non-existent shipping fleet affects our sovereignty as a people. And this is one of the most embarrassing situations we face in Africa. Today, Africa's goods move 80% via sea. However, how many African fleets convey our goods from one location to the other? If you're going to move your goods today from the port of Tema to Mombasa, it will take you not less than 60 days. However, if you're moving your goods from Europe to Lagos or to Tema, it will take you less than 20 days. And we expect Africa to be competitive. I don't think that's possible. And so, when we talk about what Africa signs and what Africa implements, we agree that we have signed significant international instruments. We have also formulated in our various countries a lot of policies. Nigeria will have a beautiful policy like the cabotage law, for which our dear Mfon Usoro made a critical input. Has it been implemented? From when the Cabotage Act was passed, the CVFF, till date, the CVFF in Nigeria, and for my Ghanaian audience and others from South Africa, that's one beautiful piece of legislation that many African countries can copy. But the problem has been execution. And so we're not able to translate even the CVFF policy to results, tangible results. Have we grown our fleet? Are we more competitive? Are we able to trade within Africa? And so it's not about what we sign. Like I said earlier, at the continental level, we have plethora of continental instruments. And at the apex of this is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which indeed will unlock trade in Africa. The reason is simple. We have a huge market. We have a lot of natural endowments. Unfortunately, if you look at other continents, if you compare us to other continents of the world, if you compare us to our peers in Europe, in America. We are the continent that trades least among ourselves. After what was put in place to deepen intra-African trade, to strengthen Africa's position in global trade, and to create a larger, more integrated market, what has happened to that? And if you talk about trade within the African continent, you can't talk about trade without talking about maritime industry. You can't talk about trade without talking about shipping. And unfortunately, but true, that we don't have African flag vessels conveying our goods from Tema to Lagos, from Tema to Mombasa, or to the port of Tangier in Morocco. None. And so, let me be very clear. I am not against putting in place policies to drive the maritime industry. We should not retreat from policy commitments. We should not be absent from global rule making. We should not allow international maritime rules to be shaped without African voices in the room. Thank God we have Nigeria in the IMO Council. But we must understand this. A signature is not a strategy. The fact that we signed a particular instrument, that's not a strategy. A convention is not capacity. A policy document is not a port. A declaration is not a shipyard. A roadmap is not a trade corridor. So if we sign without building, we become spectators in the global maritime space. And specifically to net zero, it will shape trade in the next decade and in this century. And so, if you think about a concept that is an instrument that is important in global trade, it is the net zero transition. Now, if we are not ready, the world is not going to wait for us. As a continent, the world will move on. We will not be competitive. We will not shape what the world does. The world will shape what we do. And so we must take it seriously. The world is moving steadily and sometimes unevenly forward. Low carbon shipping is non-negotiable. The International Maritime Organization has set great ambitions. They put together a number of policies, a number of instruments. Whether we like the speed, whether we like the structure, it's immaterial. It will affect vessel standards. It will affect port access. It will affect insurance, what we pay for insurance. It will affect finance. It will affect freight cost. It will affect market competitiveness. And so, net zero transition will affect the future of trade, both in the continent and globally. The world is not going to wait for you. And so, for Africa, net zero transition must not be seen as a challenge. It is indeed an opportunity to modernize our ports. And I'd like to speak a bit about this. The African Development Bank, as pilot project, made investment in a number of ports across Africa. The port of Tangier in Morocco, the Wavis in Namibia, the port of Cotonou. If you look at those ports, and what they did was to invest to make these ports smart ports. Today, let me tell you the good news for others and the bad news for Nigeria. Port vessel dwell time or turnaround time in the port of Cotonou, because it's a smart port, is 2 days. Vessel turnaround time in the port of Tangier, Med in Morocco, is 2 days. Vessel turnaround time in Nigeria is minimum of 7 days. And so if you're paying for your goods to terminate at the port of Lagos, you pay more than the goods that will terminate in the port of Cotonou or Tangier or even Durban in South Africa. What is responsible for that? Simple. Port efficiency. Because these are smart ports. In the port of Cotonou, I don't need to actually move to Benin Republic or Morocco. I can do all my documentations online and get my goods cleared. In Nigeria, we're in transition. Some will do paperwork, some you do online. But you're paying for that, ultimately. Not that the port authorities are paying for it, or that Nigerians are actually paying for it, because it costs you more to bring your goods from any part of Europe or America or even China to Nigeria. What happened? Simply smart ports. But if we even move from smart port to green ports, of course it costs us less, both in paperwork and in the cost of dealing with goods. What of the custom processes? Now, if you follow custom processes, Nigeria is not one of the most competitive. I am conscious of the fact that I'm speaking to an African audience. But you see, we have lessons to learn from each other. And so, because I have 10 minutes, I'll just bring this to an end. And so, it's an opportunity for us, the net zero transition, to build smart ports and green ports, to improve our vessel efficiency. Most all vessels in Nigeria today, there are no hydrogen-powered vessels like we have in China. Not just ports, not just vessels. Even our regulatory agencies. How many? We still do a lot of paperwork. And you want to understand the linkage between the fact that NIMASA delays you in all ways and the fact that you are making Nigerians pay. Like I've always told you, your regulatory agencies, you're holding power in trust for the Nigerian people. It is not because you're a superhuman. It is because the law empowered you and law passed by the National Assembly. And as you delay shipping clearance, you're actually making Nigerians pay more for goods and services. When you can't understand the link between the two, you think that your actions don't matter. It does. And so it's an opportunity for us to develop maritime technology skills. The skills that make you competitive today will be relevant tomorrow. The skills that will be needed in the maritime sector in the next 10 years are not the skills that you have today. If you don't upskill, you will be relevant. The world will move on and they will forget that you exist. But as Africans, whether you are a Nigerian or a Ghanaian, the skills that will be needed in the maritime industry. And so, net zero transition is an opportunity for us to build skills. It's an opportunity for us to attract green finance, whether to develop our ports, our fleet, our human capacity, whether it's to strengthen ship repair, to build shipyards and ship maintenance. It's an opportunity for regional logistics. The way it is today, there are no vessels that will convey your goods from the port of Lagos, whether it's Tinkan, to the port in Tanzania, the port in Kenya, whether Lumo, no vessel. Any vessel that moves your goods today will go to Europe first before coming to any of the African ports. But this is an opportunity for us. But this opportunity is not automatic. We must build. We should be ready to pay the price. We must invest time, resources, skill, talent, all must be invested so that we can move this from just being paper opportunity to tangible outcomes in economic realities. I recall one initiative during my time in NIMASA, and I wanted to see the connection. The IMO had contacted us at the time through the maritime MTCC in Kenya, and we're supposed to do a pilot. We did actually a pilot project where some instruments were fixed on our vessels to gather data about fuel emission, greenhouse gas emission. The idea was for this data to contribute to both regional and global IMO databases that will help inform emission reduction policies. It was a useful step, no argument about that. Clear? But it taught us something important. And that's the fact that meaningful emission reduction strategies require more than data collection. Data is valuable, no argument about that. But data does not reduce emissions by itself. You need supportive policies, you need long-term financing, you need environmental regulations, you need modern ports, you need infrastructure upgrades, you need technical capacity, and you need private sector participation. What was our experience? Now, even at that, at the time I was a regulator.
We have 2 more minutes.
Not a problem. At the time I was a regulator. We didn't make efforts to get other members of the ecosystem to understand how this collection of data will impact on their own work and their services. And that's the way we've carried on. When the EU passed their 2025 port strategy, before they passed the EU port strategy, they consulted extensively with maritime lawyers, with insurance firms, with port authorities, with freight forwarders. The idea was for all of them to understand how the new port strategy will impact on their work. At the end of the day, we had a whole direction, everybody moving in the same direction. Here, for us, regulators are superhuman beings, lawmakers are superhuman beings. We don't make other stakeholders key in the policies we put in place and the instruments we pass. Finally, I'd like to say this. So what must Africa build? 8 things. The first is that Africa must invest in building green ports, modern and efficient ports. That's one. Second, Africa must build cleaner shipping corridors. We should identify strategic regional corridors, and invest in building regional corridors. Third, Africa must build regional maritime logistics network. Fourth, Africa must build African-owned vessels. African-owned, African flag, African operating vessels. If not, there's no way we can be competitive in the global maritime space. Fifth, Africa must build credible emission data bank. Africa must build maritime capital. In fact, without this one, without maritime skill, we are not nowhere to compete. Africa must build financing models for green shipping and green ports. This is a challenge. We've talked about the Maritime Bank forever. It's not working. Or at least till date, it's not operational. But it's at the nexus between what we sign and what we operate and what we build. Financing. You can make whatever instrument. There are 3 critical things you must have in place. 1 is a political will. 2 is infrastructure. 3 is finance. Without these ones and the execution capacity. Those are 4 critical things you must have to translate policy to outcomes, tangible outcomes. 7, Africa must build financing models. I said this earlier. 8, Africa must build institutional capacity and institutional coordination. Without those ones, if you talk about regulators, it is good to have regulators. And so those are critical things we must build. And in closing, there is something I call delivery architecture. There are also 5 bridges we must build as African continent. The first is that we must move from just policy to a delivery pipeline. Every policy must be tied to tangible outcomes, and we must measure those tangible outcomes. Second is the fact that we must move from regulation to facilitation for the regulators. I'd like to welcome His Majesty, Kabiyesi, you're welcome, sir. So, we must move from just regulation to facilitation. We're not just regulators, we're also facilitators. The third bridge is from port congestion to port productivity. The fourth is from fossil dependence to practical green transition. The fifth is from fragmented national plans to regional maritime corridors. And so, the final thing I have to say is this. The first advice is that African governments should conduct implementation audits of existing maritime policies and international obligations. That's one. We should stop celebrating adoption alone. Let us ask, what has been implemented? Second, every African maritime administration should develop a practical decarbonization roadmap linked to port modernization. Whether you're NIMASA, SAMSA, Ghana Maritime Authority, what have you? Please, what is your net zero transition roadmap? I know that NIMASA doesn't have one. We're trying to put one in place, but we don't have one yet. Third, port authorities must prioritize measurable efficiency reforms. Fifth, regional bodies should identify priority green maritime corridors. Sixth, regulators should deepen stakeholder engagement. I have talked about this. And seventh, and final, African countries should create maritime finance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is not about what we have signed. It is about what we have built. The sea has always connected Africa to the world. Now, it is time for us to connect ideas, connect among ourselves, connect what we sign to tangible trade outcomes that will impact our economies. What we want is an Africa that works for everyone, an Africa that works for both the rich and the poor, an Africa that is respected globally, yet works for her people. Can it be done? It can be done. Where's the starting point? In this room. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Claire, just give me a minute. It's important to give respect and regards to those that deserve. I heard our speaker recognize my royal father, but I feel it should be done properly. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to this program the Abisoguntu, the Oniru of Iru Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Oba Abdul Wasiu Omogbola Onlawa, CON. Kábíyèsí o. For those that are typical Yoruba, please, you accord me that with our royal father. Can we once again say Kábíyèsí to our Kábíyèsí o? Kábíyèsí o. And I want to also welcome the other royal fathers that are here, the white chiefs. I recognize you. During the opening ceremony, I will definitely give the recognition that is due to our fathers. Thank you very much, Claire. I hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sesson. Thank you so much to Dr. Peter Side for his masterclass on maritime policy, net zero, and trade policy. You mentioned a lot of things. You challenged us not to think about only policy development, but also implementation, infrastructure, what it takes to administer. You also mentioned the importance of African countries to be represented on global stages at negotiations as well. You also mentioned assessing delivery, African countries assessing the deliveries and this progress that they've made so far. So at this moment, I'd like to open it up to the panel. We'll start with our distinguished learned Silk here with me, Madam Jean Chiazo. Well, let's do it this way. We've heard what Dr. Peter Side has said. From your extensive experience as one of Nigeria's foremost maritime lawyers, and as also a senior advocate of Nigeria, what are the elements that separates a good policy that effectively changes an industry, particularly the maritime industry, from a policy that is only good on paper?
Thank you. In the maritime sector, successful policies generally share 5 characteristics. It's like the guest speaker or the keynote speaker said a lot more, but I just summarize that. I said 5 characteristics. 1, we must have clear economic incentives. Now, ship owners, port operators, clearing agents, and stakeholders are likely to respond more to incentives that give them commercial benefits, as opposed to policies that will be mandatory and does not have any incentive whatsoever, notwithstanding how robust or ambitious the policy may be. So clear economic incentives are more responsive to stakeholders, and it's more effective for a green shipping policy. Now, the second one is the strong institutions and enforcement. If we have a strong institution, then enforcement is feasible. Enforcement of the policy will be a lot easier. A policy is only effective as the institutions responsible for implementing it. So while you have an institution that doesn't have the infrastructure, does not have the digital knowledge and what it takes to implement a policy, implementing it will be rather abysmal. The third characteristic is the stakeholder ownership. And that's what Dr. Peter Side had said, that when we are formulating our policy, particularly at National Assembly level, we should endeavor to ensure that stakeholders own the policy. By ownership, I mean that they participate in the policy making. It's not right. It's actually not advisable for us to have a policy that is foisted on us. It is appropriate to allow the stakeholders to own the policy. When we do that, it becomes more effective for implementation. It becomes more effective for execution. And then the fourth one is the fact of measurable targets and accountability. When we set up policy, we should actually measure the targets. What are the targets for which this policy is formulated? Transformative policies contain clear objectives, timelines, performance indicators, and reporting mechanisms. Timelines are actually very appropriate, and then reporting mechanisms. Now, instead of stating, for example, that we will promote, that is a policy that reads, we will promote green shipping, effective policy will say, the effective policy will specify the targets such as emissions reductions, alternative fuel adoption rates, renewable energy integration at ports, or fleet modernization benchmarks. Now, what gets measured indeed gets managed. So when you are able to measure your targets, then of course it's doable, it's more efficient for us to manage and to enforce the policy. The fifth characteristic is sustainable funding. Dr. Peterside also talked about funding. If you don't have good funding for the policy, implementing it is going to be another unwholesome character. I mean, it's going to be very abysmal. So many excellent maritime policies fail because they are not backed by adequate resources. Implementation requires investment in infrastructure, technology training, research, and regulatory oversight. A policy without funding is often little more than a statement of intent. So funding is very crucial for us to be able to implement and enforce policies that are made. Nigeria is actually well known for good policies. We have a fantastic policy role here in this country. Our National Assembly, our maritime lawyers, and even some stakeholders have participated in the formulation of great policies. We've actually signed on and ratified most of the IMO conventions. So the problem we have in my country, for example, is the problem of implementation and making these policies effective. So sustainable funding is another characteristic that would ensure that our industry, the policies affecting the maritime industry become effective and implemented. For Africa's maritime industry specifically, I would argue that the decisive factor is political commitment, and this has to be sustained beyond electoral cycles. You know, change of government, change of government particularly, should not affect our policies. So this should go beyond electoral cycles and leadership changes. Many African countries have well-crafted maritime and blue economic policies. The challenge is often continuity. That's the challenge. Once you change the government, there's no continuity. The new government might dump the policy or might just formulate another policy, thereby, bringing to death, as it were, a policy that took some time to formulate. So the continuity is important, and there is need for coordination amongst the agencies. Need for coordination amongst the agencies, and translating strategic plans into operational policies. So, having said that, to me, a useful way to frame it will be that good policies describe a destination. When you have a good policy, it describes the destination of the government of the country, or the economic growth of that country. Effective policies provide the vehicle, the fuel, the driver, the roadmap, and the accountability mechanisms needed to reach it. So we have to ensure that these characteristics are brought to bear when we formulate our policies towards an effective implementation.
Thank you so much, Madam Chiezo. Thank you so much for your holistic response. One thing that is important that you said is essentially policies are not only good as instructions, but they should also come with the accountability mechanisms to ensure that they are effective for the industries that they're designed for. And so at this moment, we'll move on next to Tumi. Tumi is a trade, well, she works at the intersection of trade, sustainability, and well, private sector businesses. She's going to speak to us on trade. Earlier on, Dr. Peter's side spoke a lot on the importance of the maritime sector to international trade, exports, imports. So at this moment, to me, I want to ask you, Africa has invested significantly in, advancing the AFCFTA. There's also the AU Maritime Transport Charter that came into force last year. Yes. So from your perspective, what is the importance of ports, logistics, shipping, maritime policy? How does that determine the advancements and success of the AFCFTA?
Hello, everyone. It's an interesting question, and from where I sit and currently what I do at the Trade Council of Denmark, for companies who are trying to come into the Nigerian market and also the other countries that the representation here is accredited to, so for example, Benin, Cameroon, Central African Republic, and many more. No Danish company actually asks me, is there an AFCFTA? They do not ask, is there a maritime charter? What they do ask is, if we need to ship down, how long will it take on an average? So that's the real practicality of it. And Dr. Peter's side has spoken a lot about the policy elements. Typical example, about 2 months ago, there was a Danish company who's trying to enter into the energy space in Nigeria to invest and want to run a pilot. They had sent down all their equipments and their modular solutions for energy. Trust me, this solution doesn't exist in Nigeria at the moment. So this is the first mover who has faith in the Nigerian market, exploring the African market at large, but decided to start the pilots in Nigeria. Goods, equipment, stock at the ports for about the usual number of days plus another 60 days. How do I explain to such a Danish stakeholder or a Danish investor that you need to continue doing business in this market? Also, that kind of situation has affected the financing model of that company, their bottom line of how long they want to take to implement a pilot before they go full on the market. And just like Dr. Peterside said, it then translates into the eventual costs that the customer or the consumer would be paying for. So the real translation of the AFCFTA and the revised maritime charter is the practicality of these situations. And I'm a firm believer of shared success. And even before I got on, or before Denmark came calling, I had worked in the field of sustainability for a number of years. And Denmark launched an Africa strategy to increase collaboration, economic diplomacy, and trade collaboration with the African continent. And I encourage you in your different countries where you come from, if you are interested in exploring that, it's very much online. And then you can see the different sectors that they are interested in, but very specifically on the maritime sector. And because of that, it's how do we then collaborate on the trade element part. If there's an investor who says they want to come into Nigeria, but then have hurdles in the logistics elements, at the port elements, and that's not the only two participants of the ecosystem. There's the rail, there's the roads, There's the digital ecosystem. Now there's a single window for Nigeria. Yes, good step forward. But how do all of this ecosystem all play together to translate into success and to translate into gains for the company and also gains for the consumers on the other side? I think that's what really is the focus. And then the how side is what we are also asking questions. I ask the questions when I engage with stakeholders as well. What do you want? And then we sort of match how we can support each other. Yes, there might not be that capacity at this moment, but how do we then collaborate for the eventual goal or the eventual success some 5 years down the line and then build up towards that place? That's the question I keep asking, what? And then we'll decide on the how. And we'll learn along the way because the answers are not defined and perfect from the beginning. It's how do we know that we want to have that shared success and we define the how. What are the areas that capacity development is needed in? What are the areas that relates to ports and logistics? I'm always asking, where's your project's documents? And then we see what we can tap into for the shared success of trade. And it's not just trade, yes, it's Denmark, but it's also trade across the continent as it relates to AFCFTA and also across the European region. We like to joke and say, Denmark is 5 million people. So before anybody goes online to actually check, which is a small number, maybe in Ikeja in Lagos State, 5 million people. Before anybody goes online to check, oh, what are the policies? It's a call to somebody who is a stakeholder in an association or the trade council, or what has been the experience over the past 6 years? 6 months, what has been the experience over the past 1 year? And we should be able to tell good stories, and that helps to build positivity and then build the collaborations along the way. For me, I'm always asking, what are the areas, what is the projects that we can tap into, and how can we make sure we have shared success? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tumi, for that breakdown on the AFCFTA, trading within and outside Africa. So we'll move on quickly to Dr. Peter Side, back to you. So we're moving to the context of green shipping. Africa is now facing a global push in green transitions and net zero transitions. Do you see this primarily as a challenge for Africa or as an opportunity?
Thank you very much. I'll circle back to what I said in my agenda setting speech. It is both a challenge and an opportunity. But if you put them in a scale, it's more of an opportunity than a challenge. And I'll speak to opportunity in 5 perspectives. Number 1, it's an opportunity for us to move our ports from conventional, old, archaic, outdated, non-functional, non-efficient ports to smart ports, green ports that will truly be competitive. And like I said in my speech earlier, some countries in Africa have started already. Morocco with Tangier-made port, Benin with the port of Cotonou, South Africa with the port of Durban, and Namibia with the port of the Walvis Bay. These ones are smart ports. Like I said earlier, if today your vessel berths in any of these ports, maximum in 2 days, the vessels will leave. But if they berth in the port of Nigeria, Lagos, Tinkan, any of the ports, the vessel will stay for a minimum of 7 days. A police officer will hop onto the vessel. Custom officer will hop onto the vessel. NIMASA will hop onto the vessel. MPA will hop onto the vessel. And in fact, immigration, for God's sake, ultimately, it's the Nigerian people that are paying for it. That's one. It's an opportunity for us to innovate and deploy technology. That is the future. The third is an opportunity for us to build skills. Like I said in my speech earlier, the skills that are relevant today will not be needed tomorrow. A time was when typewriters were good enough. If you go to the palace at Oniru, typewriter was good enough. Today, it's not like typewriter is not good. But for God's sake, who uses a typewriter? Nobody uses a typewriter. So the skills that are useful today will not be useful tomorrow. So the earlier we begin to build human capacity in the area of skills, and this provides us an opportunity to build the skills of the future so that we can be relevant and competitive. That's another area. Another one is in the issue of regional corridors. The way it is today, what we do in Nigeria has no relationship with what is done in Ghana. Meanwhile, Ghana is just our next door neighbor. If we could trade between ourselves, it would make our economies buoyant. Today, we all depend on Europe, depend on the Americas, on China, Asia. When we can depend on ourselves, the truth is that we suffer infrastructure deficit. Green shipping and net zero transition will help us put in place this needed infrastructure. And the final thing is our competitiveness. Nobody will see where they are selling something for $5 and go and pay $10. We are not going to be competitive until we participate, not we sign, we participate in the net zero transition. It will reduce the cost of shipping. It will make our ports efficient. Our regulations will be better. Technology will serve us better. And our human capacity will be top-notch. So if you look at all of this, the connecting dot is the fact that the transition is an opportunity to make our ports more efficient, make us more capable, for us to maximize, optimize the use of technology, for us to build necessary institutions, for us to address infrastructure deficits. The future is bright, but we must be deliberate about investing today for the future so that our future can be secured. Thank you very much.
So we have one more question before we open up the floor to the audience for Q&A. This is to all esteemed panelists. Given the theme of the conference, Women Advancing Africa's Blue Economy, Energy, Trade and Innovation Future, where do you see the greatest opportunities for women to lead and shape outcomes over the next decade in the maritime industry? We'll start with you, Leonard Silk.
Okay, I think it's on it. Right, where do I see the women? Well, the maritime space is very broad and is very diversified. Already women are actually taking vital positions, and that's really commendable. It's no longer male-dominated industry. It may be predominantly dominated by men, but it's not solely male-dominated. The women are coming up, and I just want to encourage women to look at being, thank you, port managers. Here in Nigeria, we've had quite a handful of female port managers who excelled, and so we need more females to get into that space, become port managers. And you know, women are more efficient in managing homes, ports, and even the economy. In terms of seafaring, we have quite a number of female seafarers. By the way, today is the Seafarers' Day, so happy seafarers to our seafarers who are here with us. Thank you. So we need to encourage more women to get on board the vessels and show that they can also aspire to become master mariners and indeed man the vessels, not only take over the engine room, but being marine engineers who could actually be master mariners and man the vessels as well. In the administrative space, I give it up to NIMASA and some of our agencies. Quite a number of women are holding directorate seats at NIMASA, NPA, and even the Nigerian Shippers Council. And that's very, very encouraging. I just would like to admonish the ladies to ensure that whilst they're occupying those eminent seats, that they endeavor to encourage the younger ones, to train them so that there will be a leadership takeover when they step aside by way of retirement. So, maritime lawyers, I'm a maritime lawyer. We have quite a handful of maritime lawyers who have actually gone up to even becoming senior advocates, life benchers, and what have you. So there are a lot of opportunities for women in the maritime industry because this industry is vast and it's creating a lot of, even in journalism, maritime journalists are abound here in Western Nigeria. So it's huge. I think without the maritime space, I really don't know how the economy will be. So there's a lot of opportunity for the women.
Thank you, Leonard. So, to me.
I want to give I'm very practical. So as of today, it so happens to be a Danish company in Nigeria that is training, is a pipeline for people who are trained in the tech space, applications in the food and agricultural space. They go through a training program of about 18 months, then do another 1 year paid internships in Denmark, and then they also get jobs. That is an applicable solution for the maritime sector as well. Why? If you look at the continent today and then the youth projection for Africa today, that talent, Africa hosts that talent. How do we want to make the most use of that youth population, but not just, yes, seafarers, yes, port managers, but the applicability of those skills and professions in the maritime space. So it's more about opening the maritime space to other professions. It could be a tech person, it could be an accountant, a lawyer like Layered Silk, it could be data gathering, it could be assessments, it could be sustainability, we're talking about net zero fuels. Then the applicability is in the maritime space. For me, that is the opportunity, and that is where I see that Africa, I'm a Nigerian, by the way, Africa has that potential to feed that pipeline of talent that not just Denmark or Europe is looking for, but the whole wide world is looking for. I think we need to take very much cognizance of that fight and fit into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Between the year 2016 and 2019, as chairman of Association of African Maritime Administrations, I had the opportunity of going to 24 African countries and actually participating, see them at work, see their maritime administrations at work. 24 out of about 38 coastal countries you have in Africa. One valuable lesson I learned is that the most important person in the room are the decision makers. The first thing I would advocate, let's have more women on the decision-making table. That's one. The second, and the reason is simple. Those who make decisions shape the direction we go. And I'm sure you know, I'm a global scholar on crisis leadership. And extensive research has shown that women are by far more stable than men in making decisions. More emotionally. The second is the fact that technology and innovation is where the entire world is going. Let women shape that space in the maritime sector. Good to be seafarers, master mariners, captains. But technology is king and will be king in that space. Let women play more role in the technology transition, in the innovation, and in the net zero transition. That's another space for women to play a key role in the maritime sector. The third is what I've seen, especially in East Africa and part of Southern Africa. Sustainability, and that's the space where you play. We don't have enough women set up maritime businesses. Nigeria is doing well if you do comparative analysis. Peer-to-peer. It's good that from time to time you compare yourself to your age mates. It may be healthy and it may not be healthy, depending on how it's done. I am conscious of the fact that I'm speaking to an African audience. And the reason is simple. In Nigeria, you have a number of women-founded and women-led businesses in the maritime space. Let's have more women set up businesses, lead businesses in the maritime space. Women are good entrepreneurs. When we have women set up businesses, they can employ their fellow women. So they get more women involved. Not only that, if you look at the fisheries value chain, women play a critical role more than men. And so in the maritime ecosystem, women are already playing a critical role in community-led businesses and in sustainability. Let's encourage more women to get involved. So in summary, please, let's have more women in the boardrooms, decision-making tables. Let's have more women, not just sit, let them shape decisions of the future. Let's have more women drive technology and innovation, and ultimately, let's have women set up businesses, run businesses, drive businesses, and see the continent transform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. At this moment, we will open up the floor to the audience for Q&A. Are there any questions?
I think we can put our hands together once again for this panel session. It's been quite educative and a lot to take up. Well, but permit me, I will only give room for 2 questions because of our time fast spent. Number 1, okay, are you raising up your hand? Okay, just 2 of you. If you don't mind, can you step forward so that we can ask your question, if you don't mind? Please.
Pioneer. women in ship ownership. Starting from this venue. Already we have AFCFTA, Charter, which is the
measures. And what evidence do we have that these changes will translate into tangible reduction in local environmental health burdens for host communities, particularly women? Thank you.
Thank you
my
very
focus
much.
is on host communities.
Host community, I'm sure the question is noted. Please, number 3, then we'll come to the last question. There was someone who raised up her hand here.
My name is Gloria Canabe. I'm a maritime consultant with a track record, having retired from MEX Nigeria. Mine is not a question, but it's a request. Dr. Peterside, is it possible to have your masterclass paper presentation? That's all I want from you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, can we have a question? And that will be the last, if you pardon me. We are pressed for time. Please, just let her have the mic. My sister, please, can you step forward, please? Please, just pardon me.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Chika Chukwudi. Sir, please, I would like to confirm something from you, because you find out that most times, whenever issues about maritime or blue economy is being mentioned, we always put it that one of the problems that we face is capacity building. So the question I want to ask, is it an advice? Can we actually advocate to put the they can actually help out to learn more about maritime business, blue economy business. If we can find a way, federal government or Africa as a whole can put this in our
mentioned about, she mentioned that basically opening the maritime blue economy to other professions. Personally, I'm a content creator and I'm into modeling. So I'm particularly interested about how media modeling has some sort of relationship with the blue economy. I would like to explore that as a youth. Yes.
I think I balanced it clear. Your panelists can do justice to the question raised. Thank you.
Leonard Silk, would you like to go first and then to me?
Thank you. I'd like to take the question from the lady penultimate to the last question. The one that asks about setting up, empowering or enlightening the younger ones about the industry. I just want to let you know that already we have a Wista member who has studied out before now, and she chaired and she founded the initiative that she calls the Ocean. The Ocean modeling, content creating. The content creation is good. There's opportunity for that in the maritime space. Modeling, now, depends on what you're modeling. If it has to do with tech, then of course, there's room for you in the maritime space. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll start off from the last question as it relates to content. And I'll say the umbrella theme is the communications. And if you take that as public communications or communications for a private company, there would always be that opportunity linking it to relevance in the maritime space. There are always maritime companies looking for how to tell the story, how to communicate better what they do. So definitely there are opportunities in that aspect. And I mean maritime companies, not just in Nigeria, but also on the international platforms. The ease of communication is also what translates into attracting the younger generation or the youth into that field. So it all works hand in hand. So I think there's a great opportunity, as we've also said, to bring in more women and, largely speaking, more youth. Falls that are the dependents for both the ports and all the ecosystem, the rails, the logistics that also fits into that. And critically, a part of the continent, and I can say Europe, is as heavily transitioned, especially in the maritime space, from fossil fuels. There are vessels, there are ferries running either on, well, for ferries, electric ferries, for large vessels, and I'm talking above 5,000 tonnage, even running on blue hydrogen and ammonia. So there's that transition happening, and it's how do we also, or how does Africa also connect to that value chain? And that's the opportunity that I see. And it's better for host communities as against being dependent on fossil fuels. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The first that I'd like to respond to is the issue of capacity building. And I will share information at my disposal. Lately, in the past 4 years, a number of business schools in Nigeria captured me, and so I've been busy facilitating for Lagos Business School and 3 other business schools. I am aware that in September or January, the gate of the first maritime business school in Nigeria will be opened. So by September or January, Nigeria is going to have, and I'm sure that's the first in the African continent, the first maritime business school. Now the idea is to set up a business school that will focus exclusively on helping people do maritime business and make money. There is so much money to be made in the maritime sector. The point is that we need to build the capacity to make that money, to tap into that opportunity. Is putting maritime in the curriculum, is it the best way forward? I don't necessarily think so. Is it good? Yes, but is it sufficient? No. So I think that there are a lot of efforts to integrate maritime into our various school curriculum and in the wider policy landscape of the country, whether it's industrial policy or trade policy. I'm conscious of that, I'm aware of that. Now, the second question I want to respond to is the issue of net zero transition, which we talked about. How will it impact the communities? Will it have positive impact on the host communities? My answer is in the affirmative. Again, from my own experience, I am from the part of the country where they do a lot of crude oil exploration. At some point, we're dealing with what was called then fire, illegal refining of crude. And he exposed our people. So our people were exposed to cancer. In fact, there was a black soot, something called soot in rivers. I'm sure many of you are aware of that. Soot. People were exposed to all sorts of health challenges. One clear benefit net zero transition will bring is that within the host communities, it will improve air quality. Because most of the vessels and ports will no longer depend on fossil fuel. It will reduce carbon footprint, and that will translate to air quality. And when it translates to air quality, that also means improvement of the quality of life of those who live within the port vicinity. That's something we can't ignore. The second is the fact that net zero transition will lead to the development of new infrastructure that is currently non-existent. Whether it's power grid, communities will also benefit from the power grid we are building to power the ports, power vessels that will berth in our various ports. That's something that will have a multiplier effect. The spiral effect is that communities located around ports are able to have access to power that is not fossil fuel dependent. Then, what of the skills, the new skills? When ports transition, they will build new green bunker systems and a few other systems. Now, our people will be trained to serve in that area. So it will create a lot of employment. So from evidence available, you can see that net zero transition will make a lot of positive impacts in our communities and minimal negative impacts if there's any. Thank you very much.
I don't think that applause is really deserving to these panelists. They've done outstandingly well this morning. And what a better way to set the ball rolling for this 8th conference. Thank you very much for this. But before I release you, let me invite the host president, the Wista Nigerian president, to please join him upstage and we take a group photograph to end this session. Please a round of applause for my president as she steps up. Immediately after the photograph session, we'll go straight to the opening ceremony of the 8th Wista Africa Regional Conference, and we'll set the ball rolling. Okay, I have the permission of the president, so please. I have the permission of Mr. President to invite the representative of Madam President to invite the representative of the First Lady to please join them in the Oniru of Iru Kingdom. We want to invite you to, and our Deputy Speaker to please join them for this group photograph. Representative of the Honorable Minister of Blue Economy, please you join them too for this photograph, and the General Secretary Wista International, please let's be part of this photograph session for this plenary one before we go straight to the opening ceremony. Please, proper protocol will be established during the opening ceremony. This is just a plenary session to kickstart the program. Please join them also. Onila share. Oh, my sincere apology. Okay, all the former DG of Nimasa, please let's join them also for this group photograph before we go to the chairman planning committee. Please, every picture taken here today, even without I calling you, I give the approval. You are part of them. So photographers, still please wait. And we have presentation for the panelists for this session by we have a presentation for the panelists by the representative of the DG of Douala, who is actually appreciating them this morning. So please, the representative, please, you can step forward so that after the picture, you'll give those gifts to the concerned. The panelists, please don't go, just stay there while others take their seats while we make this presentation to the four of them. Dr. Peter Sai, Jane Anishure Sien, Tum Onomade, and Claire Fodili. Please, the representative of DG, can you please step forward to make the presentation to them? So thank you very much. Immediately after the please, we can put our hands together and appreciate these wonderful people. Women supporting women. Yeah, from Douala. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them as they take their seats. And I want to appeal to us to please take a seat. We are officially commencing the program with the opening ceremony. So please, that presentation done was actually from the Port, Cameroon, and we want to appreciate you, Ajia Shat, and the other team from Cameroon. Thank you very much. Without wasting so much of our time, we are going straight to the opening ceremony of this 8th Wista Regional Conference. And may I humbly, at this point, request us to be upstanding as we take the national anthem to commence officially. Technical, are we set? Please, can we be upstanding to take the national anthem of our great country, Nigeria, for us to commence the program officially? Technical, over to you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
While we are still standing, we'll take the third stanza of our national anthem. We recite together as our opening prayer. 1, 2, go. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Let's say a big amen to that. Thank you very much. Please, let's have a seat. Once again, I want to welcome us all to the 8th Wista Africa Regional Conference, put together and being hosted by the Wista Nigeria, holding today, 25th day of the month of June, at the Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island. Speaking of the theme, from policy to progress, women delivering African shipping and trade energy future. Permit me to quickly quickly at this juncture, before we proceed, recognize some of the dignitaries that we have in our midst this morning, using that to establish the protocol for this particular program. It gives me great pleasure to recognize in our midst this morning the Honorable Minister for Blue Marine and Blue Economy, our own Excellency Dr. Adigboyega Oyetola, ably represented by the Director of Press, Ajia Kaltom Ibrahim. Please a round of applause to encourage her. It's also a great pleasure to have in our midst, also this morning, the First Lady of Lagos State, our own Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, ably represented here this morning by a member of the council, our own Mrs. Mojisola Agbaje. Please a round of applause even to celebrate her. One thing I know is that men don't like clapping. But when you give women an opportunity to clap, they clap from here, even to the church, to the mosque, and you add it better. So if you ask you to applaud them, I think we should make it bigger and better. Can we do it for our First Lady again this morning? Thank you very much. It's also a great pleasure this morning to recognize in our midst the representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, our own Captain, Rear Admiral Idi Abbas, ably represented by Captain Obi and Nefe. Please a round of applause for her. It's a great honor and a great privilege also have in our midst our royal father of today, who is very much present here with us, a man who is very passionate about our economy, who, if you visit his kingdom, you will see the great things that are happening. It's a great pleasure to welcome in our midst this morning the Abisogotu Oniru of Iro Kingdom. Very much present here is Royal Majesty Oba Abdulwasi Omogbala Onlawal, CON. Kabiesio. We have other royal fathers who are very much present here with us, and permit me to recognize the Onilashe of Ilashe Kingdom. Our own is Royal Majesty Oba Abdul Hakim Abisogun Kabiesio. We also have in our midst this morning the Oluiwa and Apapa Kingdom, the Amore 3, is Royal Majesty Oba Morufodin Oyekunle Atonda Oluwa Amore 3. Kabiesio. And I know it was very much present here even before Royal Father came in, and I'm sure he has taken permission. The Onisulu of Isulu Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Oba Muhyiddin Babatunde Adebowale Balogun, in absentia, Kabiesi, we recognize him. Thank you very much. It gives me great pleasure to recognize in our midst, amidst our tight schedule, has been here to celebrate with the women, the Deputy Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mojisola Merinda. Please, a round of applause to celebrate her. It's a great pleasure also to recognize in our midst this morning the Executive Secretary, 8th Wista International. She's the board chairman, Ghana Maritime Authority, and the vice president, Ghana Chamber of Shipping. Please, let's put the hands together for Madam Jamilat Mahama. A round of applause to celebrate her. Also representing the Lagos State Waterways Authority, LASWA, we have the Commissioner of Transport, Lagos, our own Dr. Sheon Oshiemi. A round of applause, even to recognize her. Thank you very much. Okay, Pardon me, the initial designation given to me, I think there is actually a mix-up. The representative of the Honorable Minister, very much present here, she is the Director, Planning, Research and Statistics of the ministry. Please, once again, let's put our hands together for Ajia Katum Ibrahim. Thank you very much. Sincere apology on that. I also want to recognize in our midst this morning, in no particular order, the former DG of NIMASA that we have here. We have the man that has delivered an outstanding paper presentation for us here this morning, our own Dr. Dakuku Peterside. Please, a round of applause to welcome him. We also have former DG NIMASA, Dr. Temisa Omatisye. Yeah, thank you very much. I recognize you. A great woman of substance who have also served in NIMASA, Dr. Mrs. Mfom Usoro. I recognize you specially. Thank you very much. We have the representative of the Commissioner of Police, Ports Authority Police Command. We are very much present here. CSP Husseini Aduke, I recognize you. And I want to also recognize a great woman who is doing great exploits even for our country, Nigeria, and in Africa at the United Nations. She's a member of the United Group of Experts on Marine Environment. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Mrs. Felicia Mogo. I appreciate you and I recognize you greatly. So I'm being made to understand that we also have very much present here the former DG of NIMASA, Dr. Adedo Sumo. I recognize you. Please, a round of applause to also recognize him. Also, I have representing the SSA to the governor on marine and blue economy, and also the Commissioner of Transport, Ms. Onyeda Mola Ade Akiali. I recognize you specially. I want to specially recognize all the white cap chiefs that are very much present here in our midst this morning. We have Chief Lukman Owolabi Alabafuja, the Aro of Iru Kingdom. We recognize you specially. Chief Adebayo Elder, the Alawi of Iru Kingdom. I recognize you. Chief Ganil Karim, the Bale Sholu Kuti. I recognize you. Chief Omobolaji Yakub, our own Bale of Tukuru. I recognize you specially. Chief Isa Salau, the Bale Bushre. I recognize you specially. Our own Balogun of Irulan, Chief Muhyiddin Abayomi Daramola. I want to specially recognize you for making out to be part of this program this morning. I decided to reserve this for the last, a woman that has actually been working tirelessly to make sure that this program, this conference, is actually a great success. The chairperson of the conference planning committee. Can we put our hands together for Dr. Omar Ofodele? Please, a round of applause for her. I want to appeal once again, that is not enough for that woman who has worked tirelessly to make this a great one. Thank you very much for the great work you're doing. While still establishing the protocol, the one of our special guests very much present here, the 8Th Wista Germany Vice President and the Chair of the 8Th Wista International Diversity Committee, Stroke Operation Manager at the TB Maritime Ship Management, Suzanne Kwalebali. I recognize you. Thank you very much for making our time to be here with us this morning. I also want to recognize in absentia who will be joining us virtually, the President of 8Th Wista International, Mrs. LP Patrick. Please, a round of applause for her also. And to round it up before I come to other president, the hosts of this conference are a woman of substance, a quintessential woman. We've worked together severally in different capacity, and I know the stuff she's made of as a core professional. Join me as I recognize the president of 8Th Wista Nigeria, Dr. Odunayo Ane. Please make it loud for our president. You can do better than that for her. Thank you very much. That's a great one. I want to also recognize all the presidents of Wista in Africa that are very much present here. Please permit me, because of want of time, wherever you are, can you be upstanding for recognition? All presidents of Wista in Africa, please can you celebrate them? Thank you very much for making out time, even to be here with us this morning. A great work that you are doing wherever you are. And while I'm actually giving this introduction, we have walked in a great man who has been very supportive of not just the maritime sector, but giving voice to the women out there, because I know the strategic role he has played in doing this. And that is the DG, the maritime sector, our own Dr. Dayo Muberiola. Can you make it loud for this great man? Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you so much for coming. Okay, definitely we all know that the DG will not walk alone into this place. We have the ED Finance who also joined him. Please, a round of applause to celebrate him. We appreciate you greatly. And also the ED Operations, I want to recognize you specially for providing that great support. The first beneficiary of ACTA, Chief Mrs. Chinwe Ezenwa, I recognize you especially. Permit me, all our international delegates that are very much present here from Ghana, from Cameroon, from South Africa, and every other area in Africa that are here, please can you be upstanding for recognition? Don't clap yet. Let them be upstanding. I know where I'm going. All our international delegates, Ghana, Cameroon, and every other area. Nigeria, let's do it in a Nigerian way. With a round of applause to celebrate these great people who have been part of this great conference. Thank you very much. I recognize you and we appreciate you. And to we, the son of the soil, let me use our local language. So, not son of the soil, son of the soil, who are very much present here. The Western Nigeria member and the other body that have come together to make this conference a great success. Can you put your hands together and celebrate yourself? I'm not asking you to celebrate me or celebrate yourself. Thank you very much. Our pressmen, I want to recognize you. The technical team, I welcome you and I appreciate the great work that you are doing. I will be the director of protocol, working with my co-anchor. My name is Olusesan Okwade, popularly called MC Easy, and I have very much present here with me my co-anchor,
Ramatu Karibimina. It's a pleasure co-MCing with Olusesan and MCing this prestigious event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ramat. So at every point in time, you see us interchanging for us to move on. At this point, we want to have the welcome address by the Chairman Planning Committee. Join me as I welcome the Director, Marine. Okay. So before I invite her for the welcome address, let me invite my co-anchor as she gives a brief about Wista. Ramat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I'll say a cabo to our international delegates. It means welcome. We have Ghanaian delegates here, Akwaba. And we have delegates from the Francophone countries. I say bienvenue. So you're all welcome. I'm just going to talk a bit about Wista Nigeria. Wista Nigeria is an association to be in. If you're in the maritime industry and you're a woman and you're not in this association, we have the protocol outside, they will take your name and tell you the procedures to join the association. Wista Nigeria was established 32 years ago in the year 1994. And we're actually celebrating the 8th Wista African Regional Conference, and Wista Nigeria has hosted this conference for the third time. It shows you the importance of Wista Nigeria in Africa and internationally. But before I go on, I would like us to be upstanding for a minute prayer for some of our very valiant members that are no more with us. Please, can we be upstanding for a minute? May their souls rest in peace. Amen. Let's be seated. Thank you. So in Western Nigeria, we have a structure. We have trustees, we have the president, we have ESCOs, we have diamonds. And diamonds is actually very unique to Western Nigeria. The diamond structure was actually created by one of our very own past presidents in the person of Chief Mrs. Jinchiazo Anishere when she was president, to give recognition to those who fought and established and built Western Nigeria. And we call them diamonds. We look up to them and we honor them. It's our way of showing respect, because here in Nigeria, we honor our elders, which is very important. And so I would like to recognize our trustee members. Mrs. Grace Obiozo, she was actually the founder of Western Nigeria. And they founded Western Nigeria in a small space at OAL, Olisa Agbakuba Legal. And I would like to also appreciate the first he for she we had, which is Dr. Olisa Agbakuba SAN. He stood to ensure that Western Nigeria came to be. And today, we're 32 years with over 200 members here in Nigeria. We also have Mrs. Fumi Folorunsho, Barrister Fumi Folorunsho. She's also a trustee of Western Nigeria. Mrs. Funke Agbo SAN, Monica Mbanefo, Dr. Bola Fajamirokun, and Abiola Falashe Makinde. We lost Dr. Bola Fajamirokun, and she's one of those we stood up for, and may her soul rest in peace. So, when Western Nigeria was established in 1994, we had a new president, in the person of Barrister Fumi Folorunsho. She's here in the house. Please, can we recognize her? Barrister Fumi Folorunsho. She was the president from 1994 to 1998. And then late Dr. Bola Fajamirokun was president from 1998 to 2000. And Barrister Umfong Ekong Usoro was president from 2000 to 2005. She's here. Please, can we? Okay. Fumi Agbo SAN, she was president from 2005 to 2009. Mrs. Ifeyiwa Anazonwu Akerile was president from 2009 to 2011. Chief Mrs. Jean Chiaza-Anishere, SAN, was president from 2011 to 2015. She's here. Please, can we appreciate her? Thank you. Mary Madu Hammond, she's late now, from 2015 to 2020. And then we have Mrs. Eunice Ezeoke from 2020 to 2024. And today, the ship of Western Nigeria is being steered by no other but Dr. Oduayo Ani. Please, let's put our hands together for her and appreciate her. At this point, I'm going to call on the chairperson of the planning committee of this awesome conference in the person of Dr. Oma Ofodili. Let's appreciate her, please. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I wish to recognize the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy represented here today, the DG NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Moberola, present, the Royal Father, Oba Abdul Wasiu Omobola Lawal Abiosun II, the Oniro of Irulan, Kabiesi. Permit me from here to stand on already established protocol by the MC. Reason being that I'm totally overwhelmed by the presence here today. And if I go to start mentioning one by one, we will not leave here. And that shows that the program is already a success. Thank you for coming. It's a profound honor to welcome all of you to the 8th Wista African Regional Conference. As Wista Nigeria celebrates 32 years of pioneering excellence across the continent, hosting this landmark event in a cool hotel is a milestone. I wish to mention that it wasn't easy, but as I stand here today, I'm looking for the best word to use to explain this gathering. An event of this magnitude does not happen in isolation. It is the direct result of shared multi-generational commitment. I must first express my deep gratitude to our national president, Dr. Odunaya Ani, and the entire executive committee of WISTA, whose clear strategic direction and unwavering trust gave us our compass. And we stand tall today because of the solid foundation laid by generation of WISTA Nigerian trailblazers and veteran members who built this very heritage we now protect. The first panel session has already set the stage. Dr. Dakuku Peterside, who set the stage, said it all, that women are foundational support system of the society, of the entire universe. Their empathy, strength, and strategic strength, and the strategies they adopt to hold everything together is expected to bring the ideas here together into a melting point that will give us solution that we need. We, as the members of the planning committee, meticulously aligned every single part of this planning to merge into a discourse that will take us to understanding how we can, as a global community, move policy to implementation. The reason being that, like Dakuku Peterside says, sorry, sir, for calling you by your name, you're my boss. We have so many policies being churned out every month, monthly, bi-monthly. In fact, IMO policies now, it's like you must follow it up. Otherwise, anyone you don't follow up, you're missing out on the other one, or the next one that is coming becomes a problem for you to adhere to. When you come down home, we have so many policies on different issues, especially the maritime and shipping. And so many more new ones are evolving. So there is a lot of complex in the system, and how to align it properly into tangible results is what the women thought of and said, we have to gather these great minds, these icons together here to forge a way forward. Apart from finding a way forward, there's also the issue of misalignment. So many policies, the new treaties are clashing. IMO, some other UN organizations, they are realizing that most of these policies need a lot of collaboration and cooperation to work well. Because what exists in one is already in the other. And so how do we bring it together to achieve the desired result? So the women here have brought their strength to bear. They are determined to support the system in finding the way forward. And that is why we are here today. And that is the thought we had as a planning committee to put together this conference. And I'm grateful to everyone who is here, especially the high-level dignitaries that made their time to come and sit amongst women to discuss this issue. I know we will not leave here today without achieving something. I thank you all for coming, and my words say that you all men that are in the midst of women, you're heavily blessed today. Thank you for coming, and welcome. Yeah.
I saw you put your hands together for the chairman committee. But if indeed you understand what they put together to put such a conference, you will do better. Thank you very much, Dr. Mrs. Omar, for that welcome address. I also want to recognize the MD of the Stars Shipping Company and a board member of NIMASA, very much present here, Dr. Ms. Iran Boifi. I recognize you especially. Thank you for making our time to be here. We want to have the presidential address, and it gives me great pleasure to invite the president of 8th Wista, Nigeria, the host president of this conference, Dr. Mrs. Odunayo Annie. Please, a round of applause for her as she steps forward. And may I humbly request the technical to give us a citation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming an accomplished finance and maritime professional, award-winning author, chartered accountant, and transformational leader. With over 3 decades of distinguished service in Nigeria's maritime industry, Dr. Odunayo Boyepe Annie has built an exceptional career spanning finance, shipping administration, taxation, corporate governance, and leadership development. She's the Director of Financial Services at the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, and the President of 8Th Wista, Nigeria, Africa's first and longest established Women in Maritime Professional Association, currently serving a second term in office. Under her visionary leadership, 8Th Wista, Nigeria has strengthened its global engagement, expanded mentorship programs, and deepened advocacy for women in maritime and coastal communities, further advancing diversity, inclusion, and sustainable growth within the blue economy. A recipient of numerous national and international awards, Dr. Annie is widely respected for her commitment to ethical governance, financial transparency, education, and the empowerment of women and young professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able and join me in warmly welcoming the host and president of 8th Wista, Nigeria, Dr. Odunayo Boyepe Annie, PhD, DBA, FCTI, FCNA, ACA, FFA, FIPA, FCILG, FIPDM, FBMA, FCC, RFA.
Please make it louder and bigger for the Wista president, our old president, Dr. Odun Ayo Boyebe Ane. Over to you, my president, for your address.
Thank you very much, DMC. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this honor. I do not take it for granted. I'm just a baby, a child of all of you. I want to appreciate you sincerely. Thank you. I'm just here to read my already penned down message to Ross, which is a presidential address, as it has been code-named. It's actually in the brochure that we have in our hand on page 29. Yes, starting from page 29. I'm going to see if I can make it a bridge, but where I'm not able to, we just want to drive home some points. The Bible says, write the vision down, make it plain, so that those that see it might run with it. And this is what we have tried to do here, so that those who are just coming in contact with Wista as a body, that's talking about Wista International, or Wista Nigeria as a regional body, or Wista Africa as is represented by so many other African sisters, as we can see here today, led by our International General Secretary and Chairperson of Ghana Maritime Board, Ajia Jemila Jawula Mahama. So I will just, I will not be able to do the whole order of protocol, but some protocols must be observed, regardless of how much and how pressed we have for time. So permit me to appreciate and recognize the presence of our Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, H.E. Adeboyega Oyetola, CON, ably represented here today by the Director of Planning, Research and Statistics at the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, Ajia Khatum Ibrahim. Good morning, Madam, and thank you for being here. I also recognize the presence of our Director of Maritime Services, DMS. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you. I recognize the presence of the First Lady of Lagos State, ably represented by Mrs. Mojisola Agbaje, Member of Council. Madam, thank you very much. We are honored by your presence. We do not take you for granted. We want to, on behalf of every member of Wista Nigeria, Wista Regional Africa, and by extension, Wista International, appreciate the presence of Dr. Dayomo Berola, who is a platinum sponsor of this event. My DG, we honor you, we love you, we appreciate you, and today we confer on you the honorary title of Balogun of Wista. So, all the women are behind you. You know, Yoruba will say, Balogun lẹ́yìn obìnrin, but we are keen up behind you, and we are saying, keep going. The Lord is your strength. You will not fall, you will not falter. The Lord has made you the head. You will never know shame. So shall it be. Let me continue on the order of protocol because I have to observe it. It's not something I can leave. I want to respectfully, if I could kneel down, I will kneel for our Royal Highness. Like I said in the when we were doing the promo, I said NIMASA, Wista, WIMA, all the Maritime Association, most of us, we are here in Lagos. Most of our offices are around Iruland. And this is our host community. We want to appreciate our Royal Majesty, HRM, Kabiyesi Oba of Oniru of Iru, Abdul Wasiu Omogbolahan Lawal, CON, Kabiyesi sa, Kade pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, káṣẹ́ pẹ́ lẹ́nu, kí ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ kó pẹ́ lọ́wọ́, Kabiyesi. I also recognize the council members with you, all the council members, the Obas that are with you, all of them, all the other Obas. There are two communities where Wista Nigeria operates. We have the Sabongoji And we have the, excuse me, madam, what's the name of the second one? Oshoroko community. The royal fathers from those communities are here, and the women are here. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for coming. Madam, can you stand up for recognition? These are the women we support. We give them boats, we give them fishing implements, we support their women, we form them into a cooperative, and here comes the Flag Officer Commanding Western Naval Base. You are recognized, sir. You are welcome. I think after this one, I will soon stand on the exiting protocol. Yes. The Deputy Speaker of Lagos House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mojisola Lasbat Miranda. Thank you, madam. Thank you for hosting us in your office and for also coming here. I forgot to say that everybody knew it because everybody in Lagos has seen that the Oba hosted us when we came. And now our guests, they said they want to come and they are seeing the jingle that we did, and we put some of the clips, and they want to come to your palace, sir. So tomorrow we are bringing some of our delegates from outside the country to come and visit you. So thank you for your hospitality, sir. I know that they will not be disappointed. The representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, represented by Navy Captain O.B. Anefi. Captain O.B. Anefi, we recognize your presence. I recognize the presence of the International Secretary and Board Chair, Ghana Maritime Authority, Madam Jamila Jawula Mahama. I also recognize the presence of my former DGs. Somebody asked me, how did you do it? You have four former DGs of NIMASA being here, starting for my big sister and auntie, a mentor, a former president of Wista Nigeria, first DG NIMASA, Barrister Mrs. Mfomusoro. Auntie, I honor you, I love you. And guess what? While some of you were still in your bedroom, Auntie Mfam was here. She was the one that helped us to do the order of protocol. She arranged the chairs. She told us who will sit where. So, Auntie, thank you very much for not just leaving us. We honor you. We appreciate you. I want to appreciate my uncle, my big brother, another mentor, Dr. Adedosu, former DG NIMASA. I honor you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. He was also a governorship aspirant in Lagos State, by the way, for those who do not know. I also honor my other uncle. These people, anytime I'm doing anything, they come. My daughter is wedding. They were there. My son got wedded. They were there. So God just blessed me with them. Barrister Temisa Omasheye, thank you very much, sir. I honor you. I love you. I respect you. My own big brother, the biggest of them, well, the one who will always call me, who will tell me, oh yeah, Dr. I need this one, that one. Dr. Dakuku Peter said, he was here this morning, he spoke well. I'm sure KBSC will agree with me that he spoke really well. I wish the DG was here. I wish the representative of Honorable Minister met part of it, but I wish you were here from the beginning. Dr. Dakuku Peter said, I honor you, sir. I love you. I appreciate you. God bless you. Thank you very much. And thank you for that School of Maritime Business that you're about to open. I'm retiring in December. I volunteer to come and work with you and help in setting it up. I will not charge anything. I can do 2 days in a week. I promise. I can do 2 days in a week. Thank you very much, sir. On that note, let me observe other protocols. To all our international delegates, thank you for coming. My former president of Wista Nigeria, time will not permit me to mention you all. Thank you all. Our diamonds, we honor you. The delegates, we honor you. Captains of industries, our stakeholders. And I want to especially appreciate a particular lady, the MD of Stars Marine. She's also a board member of NIMASA, my own sister, Irogama Ugbeifun. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for coming. We honor you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support. They will not understand, but thank you for the support. I honor you greatly. On that note, I appreciate the pressmen, all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for publicizing Wista. Thank you for putting us right in the faces of people. You can see this all. This all is full. It's full to the brim. and it's because you were there for us. We do not take you for granted. Thank you, and thank you. So it is with immense pleasure and gratitude that I welcome you all to Lagos, Nigeria, for the 8th Wista African Regional Conference. On behalf of the Executive Committee and the entire membership of Wista Nigeria, I warmly welcome our delegates, our speakers, our partners, and stakeholders who have joined us from across Africa and beyond. Today, Lagos is not just hosting a conference, it is hosting a conversation about Africa's future. We are hosting a conversation about Africa's future, a conversation about leadership, about innovation, sustainability, partnership, and most importantly, implementation. As we gather under the theme, from policy to implementation, women advancing Africa's blue economy through sustainable shipping, trade and energy innovation, we meet at a defining moment for our continent and our industry. Africa's blue economy presents immense opportunity across shipping, ports, logistics, offshore energy, fisheries, marine conservation and trade. It offers a pathway for economic growth, job creation, regional integration, and sustainable development. Through the African Continental Free Trade Area, our continent has a unique opportunity to strengthen trade corridors, improve maritime connectivity, and promote inclusive economic growth. The maritime sector will remain central to achieving these aspirations, and women must be at the forefront of this transformation. For Nigeria, this moment is particularly significant for us. The establishment of the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy reflects a strategic commitment by the federal government to unlocking the potentials of our marine resources and positioning the maritime sector as a driver of economic growth, trade facilitation, sustainability, and national development. This renewed focus on port modernization, maritime security, environmental protection, seafarer development, digital innovation, and investment across the blue economy value chain represents a new chapter for Nigeria's maritime industry, a chapter where policy must translate into measurable impact and collaboration must drive innovation. If the 21st century will be defined by the blue economy, women must help define it and its direction. Ladies and gentlemen, this belief has guided Wista Nigeria for over 3 decades. 32 years ago, Wista Nigeria became the first national Wista association established in Africa. What started as a vision by pioneering women has grown into one of Africa's most influential maritime professional associations and a respected voice within the global maritime community. For 32 years, Wista Nigeria has promoted excellence, leadership, inclusion, and capacity development across maritime, shipping, trade, logistics, transport, and the energy sectors. We have mentored young professionals, created platforms for knowledge sharing. We have advocated for women's representation in decision-making, and we have built partnerships with government institutions, international organizations, and industry stakeholders. Through scholarship programs, mentoring initiatives, leadership development, and advocacy, we remain committed to empowering women, not only to participate in the industry, but to lead it. Across Africa, women are increasingly taking leadership roles in maritime administrations, shipping companies, ports, logistics, enterprises, energy projects, and policy institutions. However, more work remains to ensure greater representation where critical decisions are made. Equally important is the development of our youth. The future of Africa's blue economy depends on how effectively we equip the next generation with the skills, knowledge, and opportunities required to thrive in a rapidly changing maritime landscape. The challenges before us transcend national boundaries, and so must our solutions. Regional cooperation, knowledge sharing, and strategic partnerships are essential to building a maritime sector that is competitive, resilient, and innovative. This conference, therefore, carries a responsibility to move beyond discussions and declarations and to transform policies into practical outcomes that strengthens economies and improves lives. The future of Africa's maritime industry will be shaped by implementation, by partnerships, and by innovations. Over the next 2 days, we will discuss sustainable shaping, trade facilitation, maritime decarbonization, energy innovation, environmental stewardship, seafarer welfare, digital transformation, capacity development, and opportunities within Africa's blue economy. Our subject is clear. Our objective is clear: to identify practical solutions, strengthen partnerships, share experiences, inspire innovation, and accelerate progress across our continent. As women leaders and professionals, we are no longer only seeking a place at the table. We are helping to design the table. We are shaping policies, driving innovation, and leading institutions to create opportunities for our future generations. History will not remember us only for the policies that we discussed, but for the opportunities that we created, the barriers that we as women removed, and the industries that we helped to transform. As we commence this conference, let us embrace collaboration, challenge conventional thinking, and commit to building an African blue economy that is sustainable, that is inclusive, and that is globally competitive. I express my sincere appreciation once again to the federal government of Nigeria, through the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, NIMASA, International Maritime Organization, IMO, Wista International, MPA, NIWA, and Nigeria Shippers Council. Our sponsors, our partners, our speakers, our volunteers, all our stakeholders whose support has made this conference possible. To our international guests, thank you for joining us. To our colleagues from Africa, welcome home, Akwaba, Ekabo. To our distinguished delegates, thank you for being part of this historic gathering. Together, let us move from policy to implementation. Together, let us advance sustainable shipping, trade, and energy innovation. Together, let us unlock the full potential of Africa's blue economy. Once again, welcome to Lagos. Welcome to Nigeria. Welcome to the 8th Wista Africa Regional Conference. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odunayoani. She's also the Director of Financial Services Department, NIMASA, for that wonderful, inspiring opening remark. She said something that we're not calling on women to just, come into the industry, but to lead the industry. And we can see that she's actually leading. Please, let's put our hands again together for her. Thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to call on the Wista Africa Regional Representative for her address in the person of Madam Jamila Jahula Mahama. She's the Wista International Chairperson, and she's the Wista International General Secretary and Wista African Director. She's also the Chairperson, Ghana Maritime Authority Board. Please, let's put our hands together as she comes up.
Thank you, Madam MC. Mr. Chairperson, Minister of States present, distinguished colleagues, May I stand on all protocols? Kabiesi, my apologies. In my tradition, we squat. I can't mention your names because I will massacre them. So please accept my apology. Fellow trailblazers in shipping and trading, all protocols observed. Good morning, everybody. And we are happy to be in Nigeria. I wouldn't say Lagos, but Nigeria. We are very happy and privileged to be a part of you. It is an honor to address this morning on the occasion of the 8th Africa Regional Conference of Women in Maritime. I extend to you all greetings from the President of 8th Wista International and my colleagues on the Executive Committee. Chairperson, permit me to begin my address with a short story. A few years ago, a woman stood on the deck of her first vessel, the ocean stretching endlessly before her. She had studied hard, passed all her exams, and earned her place on that crew. Yet, as she looked around, she realized she was the only woman on board. The sea was vast, but so was the sense of isolation. Her journey was not just about navigating the waters. It was also about navigating a system that had not yet fully opened its doors to women. That young woman could be any of us women in this hall. Her story is not unique, but it is precisely where we are today. Because behind every policy, every conference, every declaration, there are real people whose lives are shaped by the choices we make as an industry. Policy to progress. The IMO has long recognized that diversity is not just a moral imperative, it is a driver of maritime excellence. Over the years, the IMO has championed initiatives to empower women, from the Women in Maritime program to the International Day for Women in Maritime. Policies have been crafted, programs to the commitments have been signed, and declarations have been made. But policies alone do not change lives. Progress and practice do change life. The theme, from policy to progress, is both a challenge and a call to action. The question is, how do we ensure the commitments made in international fora translate into change, tangible change in our ports, on our ships, and in our boardrooms as women? How do we make sure that gender equality is not just a line in a report, but a lived reality? How do we turn commitments into actions? By creating pathways for entry and growth. Maritime education and training institutions must actively recruit and support women. This means targeted outreach to schools, scholarships for maritime studies, and mentorship programs that connect young women and experienced professionals. We must also address the leaky pipeline problem, ensuring that women who enter the industry are supported and encouraged to stay, rather than being pushed out by systemic barriers. Transforming workplace culture. A policy on paper is meaningless if the workplace culture does not reflect it. We must create safe, respectful, and inclusive environments both at sea and ashore. This includes zero tolerance for harassment, equal access to career development, and recognition of women's leadership. It also means providing facilities and conditions that meet the needs of a diverse workforce. Something as simple as appropriate accommodation on vessels can make a world of difference for a woman on board. I guess the seafarers will understand this better. Measuring progress, not just promises or policies. We cannot improve what we do not measure. We need clear, transparent, and gender disaggregated data to track where we are making progress and where we are falling short. Accountability must be built into every initiative. This means setting measurable targets, reporting regularly, and ensuring that leaders are held responsible for delivering results. We need to know that change is faster when we work together. Regional networks of women in shipping and trading can share best practice, mentor emerging leaders, and advocate collectively for policy changes. Why does practice matter for maritime excellence? Ladies and gentlemen, when women thrive in maritime, the entire industry benefits. I think we have heard this repeated and repeated this morning. Diverse teams are more innovative, more resilient, and better equipped to solve complex challenges. Studies across industries show that companies with greater gender diversity outperform their peers in profitability, creativity, and problem solving. In an era of rapid technological change, environmental responsibility, and global competition, we cannot afford to leave half of our talent on shore. The challenges we face today, decarbonization, digitalization, and supply chain resilience, require every ounce of skill, creativity, and leadership we can garner, especially from us, the women. Here in our region, we have the opportunity to lead by example. We can build regional mentorship programs that connect experienced women with young professionals, which I know Western Nigeria does very, very well. And kudos to all of you. You can share success stories and lessons learned across borders. Advocate for national policies that align with the IMO's vision and ensure they are implemented in our ports, shipping companies, and training centers. Mr. Chairman, Kabiesi, the maritime industry has achieved incremental progress toward gender equality, particularly onshore and emerging sectors. Nevertheless, the overall trend remains evident. Women remain dramatically underrepresented at sea. Surveys show that we are just 1% of women, the workforce at sea. Their share of the overall maritime workforce has decreased proportionally, despite real growth in absolute numbers. Leadership gaps and cultural barriers continue to impede the progress of women in the industry. Progress will require coordinated action towards governments, maritime authorities, training institutions, unions, and industry leaders. Fostering a more diverse and inclusive maritime sector is both a social responsibility and an operational necessity in a rapidly evolving global industry. To accelerate meaningful change, industry professionals can establish dedicated mentorship and sponsorship programs for women at all career stages, ensuring visible pathways for advancement and retention. Implement transparent recruitment targets and regular diversity reporting, holding organizations accountable and making progress measurable. By taking these practical steps, maritime leaders can drive concrete improvements in gender equity and position their organizations to thrive in the sector's industry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Kabiesi, in conclusion, I wish to reiterate the IMO's call for support to gender equality and the empowerment of women through gender-specific fellowships by facilitating access to high-level technical training for women in the maritime sector, especially in our part of the world. By creating the environment in which women are identified and selected for career development opportunities in maritime administrations. My Director General Nimasa, I'm glad you are smiling. Ports and maritime training institutes, and by facilitating the establishment of women, professional women, in maritime associations. I wish all a fruitful conference loaded with practical and progressive takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very brief goodwill message from Madam Jamila Jahula Mahama, Wista International African General Secretary and African Director. Please let's appreciate her once again. At this point, we're going to take an online goodwill message. I'm sure media, you're ready. From the International Maritime Organization Secretary General in the person of Mr. Arsenio Dominguez. Are we ready?
The theme for your conference, From Policy to Implementation, Women Advancing Africa's Blue Economy Through Sustainable Shipping, Trade, and Energy Innovation, is a call to action and an initiative that IMO fully supports. IMO has long recognized that gender equality is not a marginal concern for maritime. It is a fundamental pillar for a sector that is safe, resilient, and built to last. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, IMO's gender program, and all the commitments made on the various action plans all converge on a single inescapable conclusion. The future of maritime industry depends on the full, equitable, and empowered participation of women at every level, from the bridge to the boardroom, from the Port Authority to the policy chamber. I am pleased that you are ensuring that this conference reaches far beyond the conference hall, to the fishing communities of Nigeria's waterways, to the young women stepping into the maritime profession, and to the next generation of Africa's maritime leaders who will inherit the blue economy that this generation is working to build. Africa's maritime future stands at one of the most defining chapters in the story of global trade, energy transition, and sustainable development. The continent coastline stretches across 38,000 kilometers. Emerging port corridors. And at the center of this story, driving it, shaping it, leading it, are African women. The IMO is pleased to collaborate with Wista International in advancing women in maritime, and national and regional Wista charters are an integral part of the process. I encourage you to engage fully and to live with further concrete commitments to promoting women in maritime. Only when everyone has the chance to contribute, our industry becomes safer, stronger, and more sustainable.
Please, can we put our hands together for the IMO Secretary General, Mr. Nseno Bagir? Thank you very much for that goodwill message. While we're still in the mode of the goodwill message, permit me to invite the Deputy Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, our own Right Honorable Mojisola Mirinda as she gives a goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for her as she takes the podium. Ma, please, let's take the other one. Let's leave this for the MC. Please, another round of applause for her as she takes the podium for our goodwill message. This is women supporting women. And it's quite encouraging if we continue with this. A great thing that we're doing even for our country, Nigeria. Thank you very much, my Deputy Speaker.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I would like to, before I proceed on the established protocol, I would like to recognize the Honorable Minister for Blue Economy represented this morning, the DG Nemasa. Good morning. To our royal fathers here this afternoon, good afternoon, sirs. The representative of the First Lady, good afternoon. On that note, the host of today's conference, I say good afternoon and congratulations. On that note, I would like to stand by the already established protocol. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, and champions of maritime excellence. It is a privilege to extend goodwill to the participants of the 8th Wista Africa Conference. Theme, From Policy to Implementation, Women Advancing Africa's Blue Economy Through Sustainable Shipping, Trade, and Energy Innovation. This theme is a powerful reminder that Africa's economy future cannot be fully realized without the leadership, innovation, and participation of women. While the maritime industry continues to evolve, women remain significantly underrepresented. The 2024 IMO Wista Women in Maritime Survey reveals that women account for less than 19% of the global maritime workforce and only 1% of seafarers worldwide. Yet, over 176,000 women are now working across the sector, and women occupying 34% of board positions in surveyed maritime organizations, demonstrating the transformative impact of inclusion when opportunities are created. The challenge before us is therefore not one of potential, but of implementation. We must move beyond conversations about gender inclusion to deliberate actions that equip women to lead ports, shape trade policy, drive energy innovation, command vessels, and influence decision-making across the maritime value chain. As Africa seeks to unlock the immense opportunities within its blue economy, empowering women is not merely a matter of equity. It is an economy imperative. Every investment in women's leadership strengthens sustainability shipping, accelerate trade competitiveness, and expand prosperity across our continent. I commend Wista Africa for consistently creating a platform where women are not represented but are empowered to shape the future of maritime development. May this conference inspire both communities, meaningful partnership, and measurable outcome that advance women from the margins to the forefront of African blue economy. God bless Nigeria. God bless Lagos State.
Thank you very much, my Deputy Speaker for Lagos State House Assembly, Right Honorable Mojisola Merinda, for that goodwill message. Let me appeal to my delegates. Ordinarily, I should have break out for the tea break, but I'll quickly manage these goodwill messages so that after that we can proceed for our tea break and we'll continue with the plenary session. Next, to welcome to the podium for his goodwill message, join me as I welcome our royal father of today, His Royal Majesty, the Oniru of Iruland, our own HRM Oba Abdul Wasiu Omogbolaon Lawal, CON, the Abisogun 2. Kabiesi. Please, a round of applause for our Kabiesi, the royal father of today, as he steps up to give his goodwill message in supporting the women.
The representative of the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency Alhaji Isiaq Gbega Oyetola CON, who is being represented here by the Director of Planning, Research and Statistics. The Director General of NIMASA, my own brother, my former colleague, Dr. Dayo Mobirola, the First Lady of Lagos State, who is being represented by Mrs. Agbaje, the Deputy Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mojisola Lasbat Miranda, who is representing the good people of Apapa Constituency 1. And Apapa is where the Nigerian Port Authority is. Your Royal Majesties, starting with Alailua Oba Moruf, then Uyekunle Atonda Olua, the Olu of Iwa and Apapa Kingdom, who is also your host in Apapa, Nimasa, MPA, Tinkan. Kabisi Oba Abdullah Kim, Abisogun, the only Lashe of Lashe Kingdom. The flag officer in charge of Western Port, or he just left, my good brother Ibrahim Mustafa, Rear Admiral Ibrahim Mustafa, Oniru in Council, other distinguished guests here present, but I must specially recognize the host president, the Wista, Dr. Adonlani. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate this invite you extended to me and to other royal fathers. To Ajia Jemilat Mahama Akwabo, you're welcome to your kingdom. Other distinguished guests here present, international guests, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am very, very delighted to be with you this afternoon. The women of International Shipping and Trading Association, WISTA, leaders, policymakers, development partners, and participants from across Africa. I am also delighted to join at this important gathering seeing array of women, I can see that there's no way you can complain about gender inequality here. The percentage is 2 to 10. If not that we invited the royal fathers, we would have dominated the entire space. My darling brother, Dr. Dakuku Peterside, former DG, Dr. Adedosmo, also former DG, and Mrs. Dr. Madam Ufom, right? To recognize you all. I commend Wista Africa and Wista Nigeria for providing this platform for meaningful dialogue, collaboration, and action at a time when the maritime sector and the blue economy are assuming greater importance in African development journey. As the custodian of a kingdom whose history, identity, prosperity have long been shaped by the waterways and maritime heritage of Lagos, I appreciate the significance of the conversations taking place here today. For Iruland and indeed for many coastal communities across Africa, the sea is far more than a geographical feature. It is an economic asset, a cultural heritage, and a gateway to opportunity. For decades, Wista has demonstrated that the advancement of women in maritime leadership is not merely an inclusion agenda, it is an economic imperative, a development imperative, and a catalyst for stronger institutions. Through advocacy, mentorship, professional development, and strategic engagement, Wista has continued to open doors for women across the maritime, shipping, logistics, and trading sectors, while contributing meaningfully to the growth of the global maritime industry. The theme of this conference, From Policy to Progress, is both timely and profound. Across Africa, we are lacking in ideas. We are not lacking in policy. We are not lacking in policy frameworks. We are not lacking in ambition. What often separates us, what often separates our aspiration from achievement is implementation. The ability to translate vision to action, commitment into outcomes, and opportunities into measurable impact remains one of the defining challenges of our time. I listened to Dr. Dakuku Peterside, to me, and Mrs. Adekere earlier on at the first plenary session, and I was very, very encouraged. As I told the team when they visited me at the palace, I said, well, I may not be very familiar with the blue economy in terms of the shipping, but having been commissioner for agriculture and cooperatives in Lagos State for about 7 years, and I know the challenges my people, the fishermen, face regularly, I can say a bit of the blue economy. However, as we know in Lagos, Lagos is not only Nigeria's commercial capital, it is one of Africa's most important maritime gateways and a critical hub for trade, logistics, finance, innovation, and investment. Its ports, waterways, businesses, and institutions connect millions of people and facilitate activities far beyond our borders. And as some of us will know, in Lagos, there was a time when Nigeria, Western region, Lagos colony, and the late sage of late Chief Obafemi Awolowo came. The federal government, they never wanted Lagos to join the federal government. The federal government the federal government never wanted Lagos to join the Western region. Then the late sage came and said, no, Lagos must be part of Southwest. And I want to quote him, and he said, Ti ojú bá tẹ̀yìn gbẹ̀tì, ojú lè tèkò, which literally translates to, Lagos shall thrive as long as Engbeti thrives. The Ingbeti is our marina, is the port that we see today. And that port also, thank you very much. And that port, the marina, also has its history. If you go and read Professor Gbadamosi's book, Tajuddin Gbadamosi's book on HAB Fastenal, and I want to quote what he said in that book. He quoted Robin Law report, which says that 2 ships from the French port of Nantes are recorded to have loaded at Lagos in 1765. What this indicates is that Lagos Marina and Lagos Port has been in existence since 1765, long before 1765. So coming to Lagos, coming to Iruland, coming to my kingdom for this international conference, you have not missed the way. It is equally fitting that this conference is taking place here. The recent developments, such as the Lekki Deep Sea Port, the Lagos Free Zone, and other strategic infrastructure projects, demonstrate what can be achieved when vision is matched with commitment, investment, and sustained execution. They remind us that progress is not accidental. It is the product of deliberate action and effective partnership. The blue economy represents one of Africa's greatest opportunities for sustainable growth in the decades ahead. From shipping and logistics to fisheries, marine technology, coastal tourism, renewable energy, environmental sustainability, and trade facilitation. The sector offers immense potential to create jobs, stimulate investment, strengthen regional integration, and improve livelihoods across the continent. As we pursue these opportunities, we must equally ensure that the communities that hold these strategic assets are not left behind. Dr. Mobriola, the Honorable Minister, Lagos State Coastal Belt spans 9 local government areas, starting from Badagry, Ojo, Amuwo-Odofin, Ajeromi Felodo, Apapa, Lagos Island, Etiosa, Ibeju, Lekki, and Nepe. This corridor is home to some of the nation's most strategic assets and installations, including the Free Trade Zone, the refineries, deep seaport, and key maritime institutions such as the Nigerian Maritime Administration Safety and Agency, NIMASA, Nigerian Port Authority, and so many other facilities. These investments have brought tremendous opportunities, but they also underscore the need for a coordinated framework dedicated to welfare, environmental protection, and socio-economic development of our coastal communities. It is for this reason that I consistently advocated the establishment of a Lagos Coastal Community Development Corporation. For emphasis, a Lagos Coastal Community Development Corporation. Your Excellency, the representative of the First Lady, this will be a specialized institution that will provide sustained attention to the needs of the coastal communities that are here today, while promoting environmental resilience, social inclusion, and shared prosperity. Such a corporation will serve as a bridge between government, the host communities, investors, and development partners, ensuring that economic growth along the coastline translates into improved livelihoods, stronger infrastructure, environmental stewardship, and long-term sustainability for the people whose communities form the foundation of Nigeria's maritime economy. As traditional institutions, we recognize that development is most meaningful when it is inclusive. I therefore remain committed to lending my voice and support to initiatives that will strengthen the well-being and resilience of our coastal communities for generations to come. The full potential of blue economy cannot be realized if half of our talent remains underrepresented. This is why the role of women is so important. A lot has been said about the role of women. And whatever you want us to do as traditional institutions, count on us. We will do the needful. Ajia Jamila, Dr. Anishere, and the representative of the minister, the representative of the First Lady, let's leave that your Dr. Mobirola and his people. They must come to you. Before they come to you, we will learn our voice so that they recognize you. Look at this all. If you try to be a men's affair, I'm sure this all will not be this full. Here in Iro Kingdom, we strongly believe that sustainable development is best achieved through collaboration. We have therefore continued to encourage meaningful engagement between communities, businesses, investors, institutions, and development partners as part of our broader vision for economic growth, innovation, and shared prosperity. Conferences such as this matter because transformative partnerships often begin with simple conversations. The ideas exchanged here over the course of this conference have the potential to influence future investment, shape policies, strengthen regional cooperation, and create opportunities that will impact generations to come. As this deliberation continues, I encourage you to focus not only on what Africa's blue economy can become, but on the practical actions required to unlock its full potentials. The future of African blue economy will not be shaped by policy document alone. It will be shaped by the courage to act, the willingness to collaborate, and the determination to transform vision into reality. I commend Wista Africa for its vision, leadership, unwavering commitment to advancing excellence within the maritime community. I have no doubt that the conversations and outcomes of this conference will contribute meaningfully to the growth, competitiveness, and sustainability of maritime industry across our continent. May this gathering strengthen partnership, inspire fresh ideas, expand opportunities for women and young people across Africa. In the same spirit, we must continue to champion institutions and policies that safeguard the interests of our coastal communities and ensure that the benefits of maritime growth are shared equitably and sustainably. Distinguished guests, Your Excellency, the DGs, it is on this note, I want to once again say that while you are in my kingdom, enjoy our food, enjoy the nightlife of Lagos, and tomorrow, when the international delegates come to the palace, I want to assure you that I will further extend our hospitality to you. Thank you very much. Ẹ káàbọ̀. As we say in Lagos, tí ojú ò bá tẹ̀yìn gbẹ̀tì, ojú ò lè teko.
Please, can we put our hands together for our royal father, His Royal Majesty Oba Abdulwasi Omogbola Olawa CON, the Abisogun too. Let all of us greet our father the way we do at the palace. Kábíyèsí. Can we do that once again? Kábíyèsí. Baba ẹ pẹ́ fún wa sọ. While we proceed with the goodwill message, let me invite to the podium the representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, the Admiralty Model, our own Navy Captain, Obi, and Nefi, as she gives a goodwill message. Please a round of applause for her as she comes.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, representative of the Blue Economy, DG Nimasa, our royal fathers, representative of the First Lady, all other protocol duly observed. It's my honor to represent the Chief of the Naval Staff Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, at the 8th Wista Regional Conference. The Chief of the Naval Staff sent his warm greeting to the organizers, distinguished guests, our royal fathers, delegates, and participants. He regrets his inability to attend due to official commitment and has asked me to convey his goodwill and strong support for the objective of the conference. The theme of this year's conference, which is From Policy to Progress, Women Delivering African Shipping and Trade Energy Future, is timely and significant, reflecting the growing need for collaboration in advancing Africa's maritime sector. The Nigerian Navy commends Wista Africa for its efforts in promoting professionalism, leadership and capacity, and greater participation of women in the maritime industry. These contributions are invaluable to the growth of the sector across the continent. As Nigeria's leading maritime security agency, the Nigerian Navy is committed to safeguarding the maritime domain and strengthening partnerships that support the development of Africa's blue economy. The Chief of the Naval Staff applauds the organizers for creating this platform for dialogue, knowledge sharing, and collaboration. He encouraged participants to seize this opportunity to develop innovative solutions that will enhance maritime security and sustainable economic growth in Africa. On behalf of the Chief of the Naval Staff, I wish you a fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Chief of Naval Staff. We are gradually winding up the goodwill message. On this note, let's have the representative of the First Lady of Lagos State, our own Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by Mrs. Mojisola Agbaje. Please, a round of applause for representative of the First Lady.
Good afternoon to all the beautiful women right here. And then good afternoon to every handsome man seated right here. I bring you greetings from the office of the First Lady. It's so good to be here. The Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency Dr. Adegboyega Oyetola, CON. The Chief of Naval Staff, ably represented by the Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, Naval Captain Obi Anefi. I hope I'm right. The Deputy Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, the beautiful Honorable Mugisola Lasbat Miranda, her royal fathers here present, KBSU. The Director General, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Moberola. The Chairperson, Ghana Maritime Authority Board and Wista International General Secretary, Mrs. Jamila Tijahula Mahama. The former NIMASA Director General, Dr. Dakuku Peterside. The host, President Wista Nigeria and its executive members, Dr. Odun Ayoani, the Chairperson, Conference Planning Committee, and other members, Dr. Omar Ofodile, the top government officials and captains of industries here present, our esteemed panelists for the sessions, distinguished invited guests, sponsors and supporting associations, Gentlemen and ladies of the press, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to join distinguished delegates, maritime professionals, policymakers, business leaders, and women from across Africa and beyond at its 8th edition of Wista Africa Regional Conference. I appreciate WISTA, which stands for Women's International Shipping and Trading Association, for choosing Lagos as the host city for this important gathering. I commend the president of WISTA Nigeria, Dr. Mrs. Oduayo B. Ani, the planning committee led by Dr. Mrs. Omar Ofodile, and all members whose dedication has made this conference possible. The theme of this conference, From Policy to Implementation, Women's Advancing Africa's Blue Economy Through Sustainable Shipping, Trade, and Energy Innovation, is an evergreen theme, and it is particularly relevant to the economic aspirations of our continent. Africa possesses enormous opportunities within the blue economy. Our oceans, ports, waterways, maritime resources, and trade corridors hold tremendous potential for economic growth, job creation, innovation, and sustainable development. However, the full realization of these opportunities requires deliberate actions that move beyond policy formulation to practical implementation. Women have consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership, resilience, and innovation across various sectors of the economy. Yet, the maritime, shipping, energy, and trade industries have historically witnessed limited female representation. Organizations such as WISTA continue to change this narrative by creating opportunities, promoting inclusion, and empowering women to assume leadership positions within these strategic sectors. As a commercial and maritime hub of Nigeria, Lagos occupies a unique position in advancing the blue economy. Our ports, waterways, logistics networks, and commercial activities contribute significantly to economic growth, not only within Nigeria, but across West Africa. The Lagos State government, under the leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Babajile Olushola Sanwo-Olu, continues to develop policies and initiatives that promote economic inclusion, innovation, sustainable development, and gender equality. Through various interventions, women are being empowered with skills, opportunities, and platforms to participate meaningfully in the state's economic development. In this same vein, my office has continued to champion causes that promote women empowerment, a girl-child education, entrepreneurship, health, and social inclusion. We recognize that empowering women is not merely social responsibility, but an economic necessity for sustainable development. I therefore encourage stakeholders represented here today to strengthen collaborations among government, private sector institutions, international organizations, and professional associations. Such partnerships are essential in creating enabling environments where women can thrive and contribute meaningfully to Africa's maritime and blue economy sectors. Again, I commend WISTA for providing this platform for dialogue, networking, mentorship, and policy engagement. I am confident that the resolutions and recommendations arising from this conference will contribute significantly to advancing women's participation in Africa's blue economy. As I conclude, I urge all participants to move beyond discussions and commit to practical actions that will create lasting impact for women, our economies, and future generations. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and a successful conference. Thank you, and God bless Western Nigeria, Lagos State, and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Please, a round of applause for Her Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Claudina Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by Mrs. Mojisola Agbaje. Now we're proceeding, and it gives me great honor to invite the man I refer to as the big masquerade that supports women fold greatly. He has given them a great voice. And the other time, somebody was saying he loves his smile each time we talked about maritime. A great pleasure to welcome to the podium the DG Nemasa, our own Dr. Dayo Mubiriola. A round of applause for this great man. Maybe I should put it this way as the DJ Nemasa. Keep clapping until I hand over the mic to him. Because Kabiesi has given him a charge, so we must encourage him to deliver to time. Kabiesi, that's the case now. You will perform.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I understand that most of the members and delegates have been here since 9 a.m. So, with the permission of KBC, I want to stand on the existing protocols to save time. Let me share a secret before I go on my speech. I am always agitated, scared, and worried when I'm going to the lioness den. But I now woke up this morning and something came to me. Blessed art thou amongst women. So that is why I was able to walk in here unprotected, because I know I'm safe. And I'm always happy to be amongst the most beautiful, most resilient, most diligent being in the world. And these are women. I'm not saying it for nothing. This is what we have proved in the Massa. The majority of our directors are women. It was not deliberate, but I can confirm to you it was out of merit. Women are focused. Women are determined. And they are result-oriented. So, for that purpose, it is quite unfair that women are not taking the major role in the maritime industry. So we have to be intentional. We have to ensure that if really we want to grow, we need to put the right people in the right places. And these are women. The first thing I observed was the title of the conference, From Policy to Implementation, Women Advancing Africa's Blue Economy Through Sustainable Shipping, Trade, and Energy Innovation. Although that's a long title, but I understand what it means. It's all the women thing that came to be part of the title. And you know why? Women always go the long way to come and get whatever they want. And they've actually demonstrated it here. But really, we appreciate the organizers of Wista, the foresight that came with it, the achievements so far. They've done very well. as an organization, especially the African region. It has been said that you chose the right location for this conference, and truly so. It cannot be anywhere else but Lagos. So we welcome you, and we want you to concentrate on the opportunities for economic growth. We want you to concentrate on job creations. We want you to continually concentrate on sustainable development. And like I said, at NIMASA, we recognize there is a need for implementation of policies. And we also know that women are the drivers. So we in NIMASA will support by ensuring innovation, good governance, greater inclusive of women in the maritime industry. We also believe that strong collaboration with stakeholders and organizations such as WISTA is vital to achieving the maritime objectives and development of this nation. So, once again, I would advise you to continue on your focus and your partnership, on your innovation, and ensure that the outcome of this conference leads to practical solutions. So with that, I welcome you to Lagos as the Kabiyesi has, and I also give you the promise that we'll always support WISTA. Thank you very much. Before I drop the mic, Kabiyesi is always going back to our ESCO's days. And that is why most of his focus, the speech today, was directed to me. But it's okay, Kabiyesi. We know we come a long way. So thank you very much for that recognition.
Let's make it louder for the DG NIMASA. He rounded it up and he said they will continue to provide support for WISTA and women in generality. And if there is something I will tell them when I get home today, he quoted the scripture to say, "Blessed art thou among women." So if I'm formulating my board now, I should make it more of women so that I will best. On the final notes, let me invite the representative of the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, very much present here, our own Ajia Ibrahim, as she gives the goodwill of our Honorable Minister and declare the conference open. Thank you. Please, we can make it louder for her.
Representative of First Lady, Lagos State, Director General NIMASA, representative of Chief of Naval Staff, Your Royal Father, Oba Oniru of Iruland, host WISTA President, Nigeria International, Executive Secretary, WISTA, past of WISTA Nigeria, former DG of NIMASA, Barrister Mrs. Mfo Usoro, and also the past president of WISTA, Dr. Ade Dosumu, Barrister Thompson Omatsaye, and Dr. Dakuku Peterside. international delegates, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The speech I'm about to read is from the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency Adegboyega Oyetola CON. He has directed me to deliver this speech. Good afternoon, all. It is an honor to join you today at the 8th Wista Africa Regional Conference. I thank the leadership of Wista Nigeria, Wista Africa, and the entire planning committee for this distinguished recognition and for their commitment to advancing excellence, professionalism, and inclusion within Africa's maritime sector. I am particularly honored by the confidence reposed in me through my designation as the Grand Patron of this 8th Wista Africa Regional Conference. I accept this honor on behalf of the Federal Government of Nigeria and reaffirm our unwavering commitment to advancing the role of women as indispensable partners in the growth of Nigeria and Africa's marine and blue economy. I warmly welcome our distinguished delegates from across the continent and beyond, including representatives of governments, maritime administrations, international organizations, development institutions, industry leaders, and members of the Global Wista Network. Your presence in Nigeria underscores the growing recognition that Africa's maritime and blue economy sector hold immense promise for sustainable growth, regional integration, and shared prosperity. The theme for this conference, From Policy to Implementation, Women Advancing Africa's Blue Economy, is timely and imperative. Across Africa, there is increasing consensus on the transformative potential of the blue economy. Yet, the true measure of our ambition does not lie in the quality of our policies alone, but in our collective ability to translate those policies into tangible outcomes that improve lives, create jobs, stimulate investment, and strengthen our economies. In Nigeria, we have embraced this responsibility with determination and purpose. Under the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has been mandated to unlock the vast opportunity inherent in our maritime domain, to position the sector as a major contributor to national development. As part of this effort, the ministry has developed a comprehensive national policy on marine and blue economy to provide a strategic framework for sustainable development of the sector. The policy seeks to harness the enormous potential of our marine and aquatic resources while ensuring environmental sustainability, economic competitiveness, and social inclusion. A central objective of the policy is the promotion of strategic public-private partnerships as a catalyst for investment, innovation, infrastructure development, and value creation across the maritime ecosystem. However, we recognize that sustainable growth cannot be achieved through infrastructure and capital alone. It must also be driven by people. Accordingly, the policy places significant emphasis on the active participation of women and youth as critical stakeholders in the future of the blue economy. We are committed to creating an enabling environment that expands access to opportunities, strengthens capacity, development, encourages entrepreneurship, and promotes leadership across all segments of the maritime value chain. Promoting the participation and advancement of women in the maritime and blue economy sector is not merely a matter of equity. It is a strategic economic imperative. Diverse perspectives strengthen decision-making, expand the talent pool, stimulate innovation, and contribute to more resilient and competitive institutions. Working in alignment with the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Inspire, the full meaning of Inspire is initiative. The ministry is the initiative the ministry is strengthening its gender mainstreaming structures and advancing measures that promotes leadership development, mentorship, capacity building, and workplace inclusion. These efforts are aimed at providing a level playing field that enables every qualified professional to contribute to and benefit from the growth of the marine and blue economy. Our commitment, therefore, is to create an enabling environment where women can compete, innovate, lead enterprises, influence policy, and contribute meaningfully across shipping, ports, logistics, fisheries, marine science, offshore energy, maritime administration, and other emerging blue economy opportunities. Women are already making remarkable contributions as ship owners, maritime lawyers, logisticians, port professionals, academics, marine scientists, and business leaders. The challenge before us is to remove the barriers that still limit participation and to create pathways that enable more women to enter, thrive, and lead within the sector. Through advocacy, mentorship, networking, professional development, and policy engagement, Wista continues to build the next generation of women leaders and serves as a strategic partner in advancing a more inclusive, innovative, and globally competitive maritime sector. As Africa seeks to maximize the opportunities presented by the blue economy, we must ensure that implementation remains inclusive. We must invest in skills development, strengthen institutions, leverage technology, deepen regional cooperation, and create conditions that allow women and young people to contribute meaningfully to the sector's growth. Nigeria stands ready to work with our African partners, development institutions, and private sector stakeholders to advance a blue economy that is prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive. I therefore challenge you to make this conference a catalyst for action. Use the platform to inspire new partnerships, innovative ideas, and practical commitments that will propel accelerated development. After we conclude this conference, let us move beyond dialogue to measurable commitments. Let us build stronger partnerships, invest in people, remove institutional barriers, and create practical pathways that will enable more women to lead Africa's maritime transformation. On behalf of the Federal Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, I congratulate you for convening this gathering and for your continued leadership in advancing women in the marine and blue economy sector. I wish you fruitful and impactful deliberations. Thank you, and may God continue to bless you and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On behalf of the Honorable Minister, I hereby declare this conference open.
I'm sure we can do better than that for our Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, ably represented by Ajia Ibrahim. Thank you very much, Ma. We appreciate you greatly. So I know our time is fast spent, but it's good that we have this documentation To bring this to a close, we're going to have group photographs, and we'll proceed straight to, I don't know whether to call it tea break or lunch or anything, but at least it's ready. But we need to release our dignitaries that we have in here while we proceed with the plenary session 2 after the tea break. So let me invite the host president, Dr. Annie, to please step forward. Our DG, the KBACs, our deputy speaker, the representative of First Lady, representative of all our dignitaries very much present here, please. Let's step forward for a group photograph with the host president. Then we can call it quits. Our real fathers very much present here. Our former DGs, representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, please, let's join this. I'm sure the photographers will capture every one of us. Please, let's step forward. All our dignitaries very much present here. The Vice President of 8th Wista, Germany, please, you can join them. Definitely my chairman. We still have some space on this side. It will be nice that all our international guests take picture with our royal father of today. Yes, indeed. So that a lot of them will go on with that mark to say, look at the king in Nigeria. Yeah. So after this, all the representatives from Ghana. Ghana, step forward. Cameroon, get ready. South Africa, get ready. You are taking picture with our royal fathers. Okay. Do we have others to join? Okay. So Ghana, all the representatives from Ghana, can we have you? Akwaba, all the representatives from Ghana. Let Cameroon be getting ready. Cameroon, please be getting ready. After Ghana, my Shali people. Okay. After Ghana, Cameroon, are you here? Ghana, are you still taking? Madam, you can come to this side. Come and stay with our royal father. There is space here. Everybody will be covered. Shali. So thank you very much, Ghana. Cameroon, please, can you join our royal fathers? Cameroon, let South Africa be getting ready. South Africa be getting ready after Cameroon. South Africa be getting ready. Okay, thank you very much, Cameroon. South Africa, please, can we have you? South Africans. Thank you very much. I believe the tea break is ongoing. I'm sure this will go viral. Please hold on. I think we still have a representative from South Africa. Then our delegate from Germany, you join KBC. Okay, Germany, I learned there is London also. I'm sure after this program, KBC, if you check the internet, it's only women you go to see. Wista would have carried you globally. Thank you very much, South Africa. Let me invite the Germany and London. If you are here, please, let's have you. Germany and London. Okay, both of you are there. Thank you. Oh, awesome. I will crown it up to every other person can step aside. The High Chief, the White Cap Chief, will join our KBACs to take with the President and the Chairman Planning Committee. The White Cap Chiefs of Oneru Kingdom and the KBACs will take with them. Please, all the committee members be getting ready. I've done that like two times now. Committees, please step forward after this to take picture with our royal father of the day. So, committee members with our royal fathers, committee members, anywhere you are, committee members, make it loud, committee members, take picture with Toniru. If everybody have gone, MC will now take his own. Because everybody has taken picture, they will now say MC did not come for the program. Okay, thank you. Please, Oshuroka will come. Help me take picture with my KBSC. Okay, I learned the ESCO should join KBSC. Please, ESCO, let's join. I believe the tea break is going on because I will soon call for the plenary session too. Okay, Oshoroko and Sabongoji, please get ready so that you take picture with our president. Then we can call it a day. Oshoroko and Sabongide, please get ready. I believe the tea break is going on. We are taking our snack because we'll soon come and go for the plenary session too. Then I learned we have the Western Diamond. Oh my God. Wista Diamond. Oshoroko Kingdom and Sabongide, thank you. Wista Diamond to be getting ready. And after that, we'll proceed to the plenary session too. Please, we have more than enough. Make sure you get something for yourself. For the tea break, we have less than 5 minutes to go, so that we go to plenary session 2 and 3, and we call it a day. We still have dinner today. The Wista Diamond, Wista Diamond, Wista Diamond. Well done. I'm sure we still have more photo session. We need to go to the technical session. Thank you very much, KBSC. Adiapelorisa. Okay, Wista Nigeria, join to take pictures. Wista Nigeria, join and come and take picture. Wista Nigeria, join to take pictures. I'll be back in the next 2 minutes for us to go straight to the plenary session 2. Wista Nigeria, and I think that closes it up.
Loving you, na scam. Split your banks. Okay. Every time, why am I money? Hello, baby, have you sent it? You don't even know what you do to me. Don't fight, go, no, show, bamula, yeah. Olomo, get you, be scammer. I get follow you for back. Baby, you blow my mind, I don't go lie. See, baby, if you want to leave for Piccoli, no do shakara, no they carry your shoulder. Oh. As you see me so, baby, now because of you, I don't go low. See, I don't get go. Want to get for go, Bado, left me, do you want to get? Hello. Me, I know they hear you again. You be like your network on the fade. Meanwhile, Rosita, they hello. If you break my heart today, me, I go sharply the place. Carry another baby, give her what she wanting. Smart thing, you done the vex, you done the other Uber. Veronica, cool down, cool down. Yeah. See, baby. Oh shit. You know, oh shit, yeah, no, oh shit, oh shit. Surely you the best thing for me, oh. I know nobody matter more. Nobody matter, hey. Nobody matter. It be like I don't win a lotto. I know if you cool it down more. Baby girl, I'm a whiskey away, oh shit. Yeah, on holiday, holiday to Mozambique. Follow me go to Mozambique. Baby girl, are you on your way? She make her bring a helicopter. I'm walking na. Shake it up like I do overdo. But we go trouble their timeline. Hey, get me cola. Trouble their mega bad. Mega fight, what you know? Trouble their timeline. Hey, get me cola. Trouble their mega bad. Mega fight. Baby girl, oh, you look at me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine. Keep it tight in a wine. Baby girl, oh, you look at me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine. Keep it tight in a wine. Fly boy. Oh, yeah, point and take. Body on check, check, check. I thought I don't mind the pepper, them. No, you don't matter. Casingo, I want to put the red, but I want to shake it. I don't wanna hear you shit. I don't wanna hear you there with another man. The way your body do it, I don't like how we must see with another man. I don't wanna hear you shit. I don't wanna hear you there with another man. The way your body do it, I don't wanna see you with nobody, 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 nobody. Don't wanna see with nobody, 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 nobody. Baby, this your body, no be, yeah. I tell you, say you fine, you know they get. Me, I know be Dondi, Dondi. I see you with the Soji, Soji. Anyway, me, I know go get. Not only you, I the one I swear. So don't waste time, baby, my rose. Oh yeah, cause it be you I want, it be you I they want to. I go prove my love, I go risk it all. I don't wanna hear you say, I don't wanna hear say you there with another man. The way your body rotate, I don't like how you must be with another man. I don't wanna hear you say, I don't wanna hear say you there with another man. The way your body rotate, I don't wanna see you with nobody, 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 nobody. Look at me, baby. How is that? Are you okay? Are you okay? Come to my bedroom, cause I've had it for you. Are you okay? Are you okay? I want to use my money to scatter your brain for you. Permit me. Yeah, I love you. I want to use my to shift your womb. Oh, permit me. You're not a baby, my money. She say, aye, oh, aye, oh, oh, lele, aye, oh, madu, 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 aye, oh, oh, lele, aye, oh, madu, madu, madu. You like a sugar mommy. Oh my, and the body. Baby, you Gucci, Gucci. Honey, baby, Lucy. You got it low, you got it. Etamoto, baby. Nobody know, nobody know, go, no. I want to use my money to scatter your brain for you. Shama she badu, omo to ni kaka iyo. He can go funny.
DJ.
Killing somebody. She want make her come carry her.
DJ, start that one now. We no go do D now. Don't let's start rolling it though. Thank you very much. Mr. President, I don't know if she's there. Mr. President, Nigeria. So I decided to use this to call us to order. Our time are deeply fast spent, and we still have plenary session 2 and the youth session, both which we must take before we go today. So let me just speak to it in the next few minutes. I will invite the panelists for this particular plenary 2. And we are talking on gender parity and women leadership in African shipping and trade energy future. And we have a series of panelists that will be talking to us. But I want us to, if there's anyone, help me get across to the president, because I know she's part of the panelists for this session. You know, the other time I mentioned to you that if you are among women, you are blessed. This tea break you've just had, we are just starting. There's going to be lunch. There's going to be dinner and award tonight. So please, try and dissect your tummy in such a way that you will accommodate all the feedings across board. I told them when I was leaving the house, I measured my weight, and I know I'm going to increase before I leave here today. So please, create that space. We still have lunch. We have dinner. We are prepared enough for every one of us. So we are going straight to plenary session 2. And this also will be having for the next 50 minutes. Please, let's have our seats and get ready. After this plenary session 2, we want to have engagement with the youths and the maritime student session. That will be coming up also. But permit me to invite the moderator for this plenary session 2, and no other person than Julie Novella Facom. Please, a round of applause for her as she steps up. A lot of us have eaten, we can't clap again. Thank you very much. And for the panelists, we have Gertrude Adua Ohin Aseymen. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. Very nice filmer. Very nice filmer, another panelist who will be joining us on this panel session. She's 8Th. We have Barrister Orishe Matson Edodo Emore. Please, a round of applause for her too as she takes her seat. And finally, Iroama Ogbeifon. Iroama Ogbeifon to also join them for this panel session. The technical team, I'll yield the floor for the next, so that we'll give time for our people. We'll do the next for the 50 minutes so that we'll do justice to this. Okay, Hero Gamma Obeifon, please join them also. So, my moderator, you have the next 50 minutes. I will appeal if we can do justice less than that time so that we can give room for the students' session. We'll definitely do. Okay, it will be improper if I don't do this, and I feel I should get it done for all the panelists that we have up here. For our moderator, she's the acting president, Wista Cameroon, and the chief of Left Bank Terminal at PAD. Can we put the hands together for Juliana Facom? Thank you very much. And for the speakers, we have the MD CEO of Stars Investment Company and a board member of NIMASA, Ms. Iruama Obeifo. Please a round of applause. Thank you very much. I also want to welcome the Chair, Zoo Maritime Resources Limited, and partner with O Edodo Troops and Associate, Mrs. Rutu Sumesa Edodo Emore. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. The General Manager, IQS International Pit Limited, Berenice Filmo. I appreciate and I recognize you greatly. The immediate, pardon me. Okay. The immediate past president, Wista Ghana, and also the executive director, Whitestone Shipbrokers Ghana Limited, Gertrude Oeme Aseime FICS. Thank you very much. I appreciate you greatly. On this note, I yield the floor for our moderator to proceed with the proceeding for this plenary session too. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol respected, good afternoon. And good afternoon to these exciting panelists I have here. Today's theme, from policy to implementation, women delivering Africa's shipping and trade energy future. It is exciting to exchange intellectual conversation with these women. They are women of substance. And if you go through their profile, I was really, as you say, I'm really honored to ask these questions we're going to receive from them. For years, we have measured progress, especially in the maritime sector, by how many women are in the room. But today, after we've had some exchanges and heard from these women of substance, I'm sure we'll be able to measure if they are only in the room amongst those of us who are leaders in the maritime sector. We'll be able to measure if we are just in the room or we have impacted anything in the maritime sector especially. Once more, welcome, ladies of substance. So diving straight away, I'll go to the first question, which will be to Berlice. Ms. Berlice, being the general manager of IQS International and president of Wista, South Africa. The conference team challenges us to move from policy to implementation. In your experience, leading quality assurance and compliance initiative across ship repair, engineering, and oil and gas projects, where do you see the biggest gap between commitment to gender inclusion and what actually happens on the ground?
Thank you. Is it on? Yeah, thank you. I speak as someone who's worked in ship repair, engineering, and oil and gas compliance for a few decades. And as president of 8th Wista South Africa, an organization we reformed in 2019 because representation on paper was not translating into real change. But here's an uncomfortable fact. Across Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, women make up roughly 4%, and in some places only 2%. That seafarers, that is a slow shift. It's a tiny gate through which only a few can pass. Those who do break through face a second barrier, structures that treat gender inclusion as a PR tick box rather than an operational standard. So where is the biggest gap between commitments to gender inclusion and what actually happens on the ground? The biggest gap is not in intent, but in operational systems. Policies and targets exist, but the structures that enable women to thrive are missing. This is my concrete examples. Recruitment without pipelines. Companies set targets, but they fail to invest in apprenticeships, cadetships, continuous training and return to work programs that turn hires into leaders. Secondly, inclusion without decision making. Women may join teams, but are rarely placed in QA, QC, that's my field that I'm in, quality assurance, quality inspection, sign-off roles, technical managers, compliance leaders, procurement positions where standards and priorities are set. Thirdly, work patterns that exclude turnaround-driven projects, require 12-hour shifts, weekend works, unpredictable rosters, and disappropriately exclude women because carers, those needing flexibility. Asking for flexibility often results in lower pay for fewer promotion and opportunities. The accountability gap. Inclusion is treated like a diversity checkbox rather than an operational KPI. There's little tracking of whether women hold roles that influence safety, quality, and strategic decisions. So what is the clear ask and action that I'm asking for today? Treat gender inclusion as an operational standard, equal to safety and quality. Let's measure it in audits and KPIs. Let's find out the percentage of women in these roles, quality assurance, quality inspectors, project leads, procurement. We require documented mentorships, sponsorship plans in bids, and resource skills pipelines and safe working environments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berlis. My next question will go to Gertrude, but before then, a yes or no. Will you also say there is any significant difference or improvement in Ghana before you doubt from her question? If there has been this gender improvement, maybe just a yes or a no?
Yes.
Oh, okay. To your question. Gertrude, being the first female chartered shipbroker in West Africa, that's a good one. Listen, she's young for that. Okay, congratulations. As the first female chartered shipbroker in West Africa, you've broken through barriers that many women still face. Looking back, what was the most significant obstacle you encountered, and what structural change would you make it easier for the next generation of women to follow that path?
Wow, Julie, thank you so much for the question. For me, you said the most, so at least you want one. The biggest obstacle was not the examination that I wrote or the technical skills that I needed to acquire, but the biggest obstacle was access to information. So like many people in shipping, I never heard about shipping until I finished my first degree. And it was through a company that wanted to employ us as management trainees, who then, as part of the employment, introduced us to do a course at the Regional Maritime University. That was a postgraduate diploma in ports and shipping administration. And in addition to that, you needed to write the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers in London exams, which is then the qualifying exams for all professionals in shipping. So that is the first time I'm hearing about shipping, you see, after so many years. And so access to information and mentorship, probably the people to look up to, was key. So once we enrolled on that program, and I had to sit the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers exams, then I got to inquire more about what you can do to progress. And also access to funding. I mean, if anybody has written the ICS courses, you realize that they are in pounds. In our part of the world, you realize that most people don't earn much. One ICS book plus shipment costs you about 141 pounds. And you're supposed to write 7 of these exams. That's just the book. You have to do your registration fees as well as register for the exams itself. So by the time you realize it's a lot of money, and most people in our part of the world will not be able to afford that. So basically, information about shipping, trade, and the energy, maritime sector does not get to the people right from when they are young. You want to be what you want to become from what you see. So when you see people in shipping, it's either it's a family business, it was their father who put them in the company, or it's their mothers who put them there. But most people don't really aspire. If you are from a small town like myself, from the eastern part of Ghana, you are not along the coast. You are not exposed to some of these subjects. So the biggest obstacle for me was access to information. So we all have to be deliberate, and so that is one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about mentorship, about putting myself out there to educate the young ones for them to be able to realize how important it is to be able to get access to information. So we need to educate our young people about career options in shipping. There are so many career options, as we heard from this morning. It's a myriad of opportunities, diverse areas that people can venture into. Once you have access to the information and you have people to look up to, people will grow up into the profession. Thanks.
Please, a hand of applause for her. Gertrude, that was a good one. And I think from her, if you listen to her challenge, one of the first challenges she brought up was having the access to information and having a mentor. And I want to say that apart from the fact that she overcame all of this, Wista is the answer of today's generation. What she went through, if you have known about Wista, then you wouldn't go through that. We mentor the young ones as we propose, even from primary schools. We make them understand that we are available. If you are opportune to assist in any of our activities, you're already facing mentors. So we thank God that it is a practical solution to what she went through. Let's give a hand for Wista. Yeah. Because Wista International is a solution to what she went through. I'll dive straight to my next question to Irogama, her profile is something. This lady studied biology. She has a degree in biology and sociology, psychology, I'm sorry, and a master's degree in public health. But guess what? She dived into the maritime industry without limiting herself for studying sciences, especially biology. And she's a leader in many, I just can't list, her profile was so long. A ship owner, control, it's a whole lot. I'm sorry I don't have it, but I lost my word when I read your profile. And I could not wait to meet you. I was fidgeting when I introduced you because you look so young. I asked the question, what time did you do this back and forth and until you are in the shipping industry at that level? Maybe you tell me that privately, but I'm so curious. Okay, this question goes for you. As the MD CEO of ZAT's Investment, ship owner, and energy sector leader, you manage a fleet of supporting offshore energy operations in one of the African's most demanding maritime environment. Can you share a decision or initiative you led that significantly changed the way your organization operates, and what resistance you have to overcome to make it happen? It's a similar question to her, but in a different dimension.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your kind words. I think I'd like to, first of all, appreciate the leadership of WISTA for hosting this wonderful conference and seeing how full the hall is. And I think it's amazing that they're doing it on a day when we're recognizing the Day of the Seafarer. So congratulations to the EXCO of WISTA and all the leaders that came before. So I think for me, just a little context. I run a family business, so when Gertrude was saying, most of the people she would encounter were brought in by family members, I joined the family business 12 years ago. My father started the company. We're going to be 40 years next month, actually. Wow. So it's 4 decades of working in the Nigerian maritime industry. I served under my father's leadership for the first 7 years of working in STARS. And then 5 years ago, he retired and became non-executive on the board whilst I took the reins as CEO. So anyone who knows my father, Engineer Greg Ogboifo, knows that he's an extremely, very, very big personality, and he left very big shoes behind. So I had a choice to try to fill the shoes or to take the laces of the shoes and then fit my own shoes. And I think I came to that crossroad in 2021 when I took the reins. So in terms of decision, I'd worked for 7 years, so I understood the vision, I understood the practices of the business, I also understood the culture of the business. But as a young leader, I knew that this was next gen, and I needed to chart the new course of the business. So coming to your question about the initiatives that I had to implement, because I had to then decide, how do I change the mindset of the organization in a way that it's able to begin to toe the line of a next-gen leader who's charting a new course. So of course you're going to face the initial resistance of the old thinking, the old ways. One of the first things I did was to introduce the concept of Kaizen, which is a state of continuous improvement, which we didn't have before. And showing my people how do we begin to think differently, how do we begin to act differently, and how do we begin to dream differently. I'm very, very ambitious, I'm very driven, I'm very result-oriented, so they were coming in under the leadership of a completely different kind of leader. And I think another thing that I brought, which my dad still challenges me today, he's one of the biggest he's for she's, but I recognize the burden of being a female executive in a male-dominated industry, and the fact that the onus is on me, the responsibility is on me to break those walls and those barriers that allow more women through that pipeline that seems so evasive. So I'm proud to say that I'm extremely biased when it comes to the female gender, especially when it comes to cadetship. We have fixed slots. I have dedicated slots for women. I don't care. If we're taking 14, you must give me 4 women, go and find them, dig them out wherever they are, but I must see female cadets on board my ship. And because we have that, we have very strong policies that support that sort of dedication to ensuring that women participation increase. And then when we were setting our strategic priorities for the business, I had to bring in a clear priority on diversity and inclusion, which didn't exist before. It wasn't intentional. Yes, the business was doing it, because my father has always been a supporter of women, but it wasn't documented. We didn't have a target set. And then I said, no, so what doesn't get measured doesn't get achieved. So we need to set a target that this is the number of women we want to see within the organization, whether on board the ships or in the office, and then begin to be conscious of it as we recruit or as we open up opportunities. And that was another initiative. So of course you get that initial thing from the men, MD, female, but like I said, I am unapologetically biased towards the women. And I proudly stand by it. I stand by my decision making and I stand by my choices. And then just recently, I've attended a lot of women events. I tend to speak at them. And it tends to be kind of the same conversation. Until this year, I found out that this is the, 115th year of celebrating the International Women's Day. The 115th year. I was like, sorry, excuse me? Like, we've been saying the same thing for over 100 years. Like, I was quite miffed at that. And so I put out a call to action, and that's what I've been doing all year. Every platform I have, and this will not be an exemption, I'm challenging every woman who sits in a position of authority. We are not asking to be at the table, we're already at the table. So what are we doing with that table that we already sit at? So it's so easy to point fingers at the bigger organizations. Oh, what's the Shell doing? The Chevrons, the ExxonMobils. But you, Mama and Sons Limited, what are you doing? It starts with us, yes. So I'm saying we want more vendors, we want more female business owners, we want more female vendors, we want more this, we want more that. We have to extend those opportunities. So I started with myself, and today STARS has a supply diversity program. And I brought diversity into supply. I said, it's not just about your employees, but even the people that are providing services to you, how many of them are women-owned and women-led? Because if we do not begin to open those opportunities, we're not going to really, this pipeline would never exist. It's never going to exist for female insurance brokers. It's never going to exist for surveyors, female surveyors. It's never going to exist for just name it. It's never going to exist. So it starts with us. And I think that as we go through the sessions today and as we mark this conference, when we leave this room, we must look at our circle of influence. Whether you work in an organization or you work in procurement, how many female vendors are on your list? Or are you just ignorant to that and pointing the finger and saying, what are you doing well? When you point, 3 more are pointing right back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll still come back to you. I didn't prepare this, but from your answers, your story is exciting for young girls today. Trust me. Because sometimes when we go to universities or to secondary schools to create awareness about the maritime industries, we have questions like, okay, I'm already doing biology. I can't divert to something else. I think you are the answers to most of these questions. I was really excited to see how much you've entered into the maritime industry. Even those who studied maritime transport and logistics have not gone that far. And when I'm looking at your age, I don't think my eyes are deceiving me. You're not up to 60. I'll give you 35. That's not far. So my question is, after sailing from the biology into the maritime industry, and not just standing at the harbor, you got right into it. With all the challenges, you did it intentionally because you knew it's not going to be easy. You got into a family business, yes, but it doesn't end there. for once, did you think you were on the wrong path? Because it wasn't easy.
Maybe every other market day, I think that maybe I should be doing something else because it's really tough. I must be honest. I don't think it's a thing of pride to walk into a room and you're the only female in the room, and I'm in a room where everybody else is male. I don't consider it a thing of pride. I actually wish that there was a woman that I could exchange glances with, like roll my eyes, like okay, and they have an ally in the room. I think for me, when I first joined 12 years ago, when I came into the industry and by extension the company, I came in understanding and accepting that I knew nothing. So I came in, yes, even though I came in at a very top leadership role and my father owned the business, anyone who's my dad, he's a stickler for process, he's a stickler for corporate governance. So I actually had to earn the opportunity. It wasn't given to me. In fact, I don't think I was not that I don't think, I was not his first choice because I have brothers who were marine engineers and naval architects and, were trained intentionally for this kind of position, not me. I was allowed to do whatever I wanted. But then by fate, by destiny, and by chance, I happened to be the one who was ready to step into the responsibility. So I came in understanding that I knew nothing. And then because I came in with that sort of concept, I was very open to learn. I also recognized that I needed to earn the trust and the respect of my colleagues because being the founder's daughter wasn't going to be sufficient for me to lead them. I mean, I was leading seasoned engineers, captains, I was leading finance experts that had been working for decades while I was still in school. So I needed to earn their respect, and the only way to earn that was to learn so I could demonstrate expertise and I could demonstrate excellence. Then they could trust me with my leadership. And, to truth be told, I threw myself in. I did. I took advantage of every opportunity I had. I remember when I started speaking on stages, it was probably maybe 2-3 years into my time in Stars. I mean, for someone who was green coming in and then only having spent only 3 years within the industry, and then this is even in the oil and gas sector where we operate, and being given a platform, I remember thinking to myself, what are you going to say? What do you know? What do you know? But then I thought, if I don't sit on that panel, every single person on the panel is going to be male, and they will miss the opportunity for representation, right? Which is very rare and hard to come by, and very important if you go based on what she had said earlier about representation. What we see, that's what makes it possible for others to dream and imagine. So I decided, what, I'm going to study, I'm going to do it afraid, literally. And I did. And that was like maybe 9 years ago. And since then, almost every year, I have a chance to be on a panel. I have a chance to share my thoughts, to shape my opinions to very critical issues, and to serve as a point of reference, right? And then also to learn, because being on those panels helps me learn because I have to study. So I think for me, it was really just saying there is fear, but my courage is greater than my fear. And the fact that a lot rides on my success. The success that for me today is beyond Irogama Ogbaifun. It is about every woman who's saying, I want to do this, every young girl who's saying, I want to be able to do this, and seeing me and saying it's possible, so I can't fail. Like, even if I want to crawl under my bed and cover myself with my duvet, or I want to throw in the towel, when I think about the generations of young women that need to hear my story and need to be able to say she succeeded, so she didn't give up, she didn't throw in the towel, so then that's going to be a source of strength. Then I have to keep pushing through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, your story will inspire a lot of young girls and women out there. I think you need to say it more and more on TV, yes, because she had a choice not to pursue that dream. After all the threats and challenges, it was their business. She could still say, okay, I'm done. But so all it needs is the courage. Thank you so much. And we'll be moving to the next question with so much experience. The panel is rich, like I said. We have young women and experience, just like Beolis. We have an experienced lawyer with us. Madam Erisematosen, excuse me if I didn't pronounce that well, Odudu Omore, right. Okay, she's a maritime energy environmental lawyer. And from her age, you can say she has a lot we have to learn from. And like they say, what an old man sees sitting down, a younger person standing on the hill might not see it. So we are privileged to have you on stage with Madam Berelis. Welcome again. So you advise government, maritime agencies, investors, insurance, and shipping companies. From a legal and policy perspective, what is the single most important reform that could accelerate women's participation and leadership across Africa's maritime and energy sector?
Thank you very much for that question, which is both interesting and important. I think that the starting point is for us to realize that the maritime and energy communities are living entities, and they are subject to movement, change. And so, because of that, my starting point would be, where exactly are we in women's development, being in the boardroom of these two entities? Where are we? I would like to start by saying, because maritime and energy are international sectors, I would look at what the international legislations or policies say concerning women. And for us as Africans, I also would start by looking at what the AU has to say about women. And in doing that, I would look at the African Maritime Transport Charter, one, and I would look at the AU Agenda 2063, two. What do they say about women? And then I would also look at what the UN says. And in that, I would be investigating the UN Development Goal 5, which talks about gender equality. Now, all of these international legislations, they all agree that countries must take active steps in positioning women in decision-making places. And on top of that, the AU Agenda 2063 actually explains that African countries should aspire that women get 50% of elected people in government, people who work in public and private sector, that women should occupy at least 50% of those positions. So I would say, today is this, the AU has stated this, but is it a reality? The answer is no, it's not a reality. So how do we bring this support that has been given to us already? Like someone said, we are already at the table. So how do we transform this support that has been given to us into measurable outcomes? And for me, I would say the starting point is something that forces people to act, and that is legislation. Something that forces people to act. And if they don't act, there are consequences for not acting. And so I would look at legislation. Why? Because the international community has already pointed us where we should go. And in Nigeria, we have a local content legislation, the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Development Act. Ghana has something similar. I believe South Africa has a local content. And so, if you look at that law, for example, there's a place in it where it says, oh, all these companies must cooperate with NEMASA, for example. There's a section 104 that says something like that. In that same vein, women organizations, WISTA, WIMOCA, WIMA, we can now ask for a definitive clause that says that companies that operate in the oil and gas industry must have, AU has said 50%. We probably must date and ask for 50%. And then take steps to achieve it. So we have that legislation. Maybe because women are not there already. Maybe 50% is too high today. But we can start with something. We can say between this year and the next 10 years, possibly 25%, and like that gradually. But we do need to have a legislation that says so. So when we have that legislation, how do we enforce it in practice? Now, shipping companies coming to do business with NEMASA, coming to the NPA or Shippers Council, NPA would ask, the law in Nigeria says this. I want to see your board. Does your board have this 20% or does it not? If it doesn't have, we're sorry, we can't do business with you. When you say that and when you enforce it, you will find that the companies would look for those women. And those women are available in WISTA. There are many at WIMOCA. There are many at WIMA. They would look for the women and give them that due position. So it is legislation, and it is possible in Nigeria from our local content. It is possible in Ghana from their local content, and it is possible in South Africa from their local content. So as a takeaway from this conference, I would say all of the women's organizations that are here, especially for Nigeria, it is time for us to lobby for a change, an amendment, a clause in the local content legislation, making a deliberate provision for women empowerment and women in management position. That's where I will start. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that advice from the legal point of view. It sounds interesting and there is hope. I know WISTA, International Women, and all those other maritime associations, we have been demanding, we exist because we have been demanding, but it was not enough. Thank you for guiding us. Our way of demanding was not enough. There is one question I want to ask. It just came on my mind. It's a friendly one. Yeah, there is gender inequality, especially in the maritime industry. But something I've noticed, amongst the maritime lawyers, I see more women than men. Yeah, unless I'm mistaken. Is that true?
No, there are not many, there are not more women than men, but there are many women practicing maritime law, and the many women practicing maritime law are actually shining in the industry. So there are women of substance and knowledge.
Give a hand for that. So they are practical. What they are advising us to do is what they are doing. I just wanted to be sure that they are doing what they are asking us to do. Please give a hand for lawyers in the maritime sector. So we should be very comfortable to follow their path. Yes, I have noticed, I don't think I've seen even one male maritime lawyer, to be sincere, but I know about 20 of as female. It's maybe a coincidence, but she confirmed with me, which means they know their rights, they are doing the right thing, and they are here. She is here to advise us to follow the same path, to ask for it legally and not only sit in the room, but make that change in the room. Thank you so much. I'll throw a second question for you. Through your work in maritime law and international investment promotion, you've observed how policy shapes industry's behavior. Do women leaders bring different perspective to issues such as sustainability, energy transition, and maritime governance? And if so, how does that translate into better outcomes?
In fact, we have an example of female leadership here. Rogama, she answers the whole of that question.
Yes.
Yes, I mean,
Yes.
Rogama is an example. Yes.
But
yes.
it's always different from the legal side. She is practical. She is my practical example to use. But you know, from the legal side, it's always different. You just confirm what we have been doing. Wista has been doing the practical part, but it wasn't enough. So your advice is always welcome.
Yeah. You know, the statistics coming out from the World Bank, from the IMO, shows that companies that have diversified boards also have better outcomes. Why? And that's simple. Because a company that is all-male board, for example, their mentality, I mean, they're just thinking about male interest. And even though not intentional or deliberately, much would not be given to women's interest. And I'll use the example of the ship. Traditionally, ships, their design really was designed only for male seafarers. So the issue of bathrooms for women did not exist. Now that more and more female leadership is entering into the market, the issue of bathroom for women is dealt with. I'm sure Irogama can testify to this. And not only bathrooms for women, but bathrooms that have supplies for women. Because there are certain parts of the month that women need more cotton wool than anybody else. So there should be bathrooms that have those things. Now, ordinarily, a man wouldn't think about that. So having women in the leadership position, how does that translate into outcomes? Because they are able to think also differently on things that pertains to the women folk, they would have a better productive workers, because the women in the workforce are comfortable, they are confident. And on top of that, having women in those positions also is excellent for sustainability. And why is that? Because naturally, women are home builders. Women have been doing sustainable development in their homes from start. And bringing that into the corporate arena it's not so strange for them. So a board, a company with diversified interests, like having women, would look at sustainability naturally. They would have a more productive workforce naturally. And all of this translates to and really supports the idea that more diversified leadership, having women there, is the answer really to the development that we seek, both in maritime and energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the rich advice. Please, a hand for her. A round of applause for her, please. Before we take one or two questions, if I'm permitted, we are running out of time. I'll give the floor to these women of substance to give a takeaway, advice, or promise. In the next 20 years, do we see ourselves filling that room more than we already are inside and creating an impact? Do we see ourselves creating the change, making the change? How do we see ourselves in the next 20 years if we come to this panel? Are we going to say the same thing? I just want your different opinions. Let's be practical. I'll start with Gertrude.
It would be very unfortunate for us to come back to the same
Just 2
conversation
minutes.
in 20 years. That means we wouldn't have made progress. What we want to see is progress, and progress comes from giving ourselves the opportunity to be ready, because the opportunities don't wait for you. When you are ready, you can fit into the opportunity. And somebody said, if you have the knowledge and you can prove that you are capable, nobody will sideline you, because they will go around and it will still come back to you. So we have to be ready. Once we have our leg in the room, it means we have to also target the decision-making processes. An organization like Wista is doing a lot with Diversity Pledge, awarding Personality of the Year, having the IMO surveys. We have so many things, accelerated leadership programs, scholarships for our members, and capacity building and training. That's the way to go, because when people are knowledgeable in what they do, they become better and they go the extra mile to be able to do things that automatically accelerate their progress. We need to promote each other, we need to help each other, and we need to hold the hands of the next generation and pull them along so that they'll be better placed in what they do. And that comes with today. You realize that throughout the entire program, it's been about capacity building, capacity building, capacity building. We have to build our capacity to be able to take up the opportunities that come our way.
Thank you so much, Gertrude. Thank you so much. Berlice, please go ahead. One takeaway from you.
My takeaway today, Oregano mentioned that there's too little women in the boardroom. And I think that we as women need to make space for another woman and stop preventing, to keep that to ourselves. And sometimes we feel threatened. We want to be on our own there. We want to be the first woman in that boardroom, and we want to keep that. And sometimes we're scared of another woman coming on board and taking that shine away from us. But in South Africa, especially with Wista, we've got a lot of success stories that do happen, especially my team that's with me. Damen Shipyards is the biggest shipyards in Africa. Hermoine Emmanuel is the first woman MD in the entire Damen shipyard in the world. So she's the first female. And so I'm really saying that it can happen. And we must support each other. We must not be scared that the other woman will take our shine away and make space for our sister next to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll go straight to Madame Lodu. Just 1 minute, please.
Yes, I would say that if we came back here in 20 years, we should find that there's already legislation in place enforcing the quota for women in management levels in all communities not only maritime and energy, but actually everything else in politics. I would like to see that it is being enforced. And that we do in 20 years, yes, I would like to see that we have achieved that 50% that AU aspires for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last speaker, her story already tells what she dreams of. She's passionate in changing the story of gender imbalance. Please, a word.
Also, I think I would say that if you're given a chance as a woman, you should be of good behavior. It's not the, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm an employer of labor. I like to give opportunities, but not at the cost of my business. And imagine if me as a woman, then imagine a man who doesn't have an obligation or a burden to open those pipelines. I've seen a few women, but I refuse to allow the behavior of those women change who I am or the dedication and the commitment that I have. But not everybody comes with that perspective. So I would say, show up and show up excellently well. We must all carry the burden that we have a queue of women who are depending on us in that opportunity for them to also have their breakthrough. And that should be a burden for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you so much, ladies.
Can we put the hands together once again to appreciate them for this plenary too? They've done excellently well, and I believe there are a lot of takeaways from here. Sincerely speaking, our time is fast spent. You will permit me because I don't want us to, we say we should up the upcoming one. And the next session will be going to have to do with the younger generation. I don't want to take so much of our time to allow that. So I will just call on the president, Dr. Annie, please join us as we make presentation to these wonderful people that have done justice to this plenary session too. And I will be starting with that great woman who has made a mark in the shipping industry with a certification in Africa, Jotre Dadwa, Oyaneme Asinime. Please. Yeah. A round of applause as she comes up for our own Jotre. Please, a round of applause for her. The next presentation definitely will go to Berenice Fillmore for her contribution. A round of applause for her too. Then, the next presentation will go to Barrister Edodo Emore. Inspiration to the younger generation to make things happen. Let me welcome Irogame Obeifo for that wonderful one. And to my wonderful moderator that have done excellently well for this panel session, let me welcome Julia Fako. A round of applause for her. So please, let's have a group photograph with the president, the 5 of us. We'll need one more person on this side so that the president will be at the middle. Okay, better. Let's put our hands together for them. I'm sure we've benefited a lot from this session. So we want to go to the last session, but a lot have actually been invested. I told you that you should partition your... Okay, we still have something for them. Double ration. So please, let's come. Okay, from the General Manager, Port Authority of Douala, we are having a representative here to give to all the panelists for this session. Please, a round of applause for her as she steps forward. So this is what we call women supporting women. A round of applause for that. And I learned that the GM from Douala is a man and is giving a powerful support to women. Please, can we put a round of applause and celebrate women with great personnel who is doing great things with every one of them. So like I said, we want to go to the last session, and that will be anchored by Ramat, but I want to state this. We'll take the next 10-15 minutes to take our lunch. As the lunch is being served, you take your lunch, come to your table. As we are eating, I will come back and proceed with the third session. It will be unfair for us to waste the organizers' food. So we have about 3-7 points. So let's get to the one that is very close to us. In the next 10 minutes, I will come back. So we'll be eating, and at the same time, as we are eating, we'll continue with the session. Eat and perform. Thank you. DJ, please give us some music to entertain us as I come back in 10 minutes' time. Please, Nas, the timer, let it read 10 minutes and let it start now. So please, all our international guests, please go to the VIP table. All international guests, so you go to the VIP table and we'll take it up from there, please. We have more than enough to cater for everybody, so you need not to rush. More than enough to take care of everybody. Thank you.
Just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Lean on me. Said it won't be long, so I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. We be jamming, we be jamming, we be jamming. We be jamming, we be jamming, hey. We be jamming. I want you need a friend.
Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Checking me, but his game is kinda weak, and I know that he cannot approach me. 'Cause I'm looking like class and he's looking like trash. Can't get with a deadbeat ass. So no, I don't want your number. No, I don't wanna give you mine. And no, I don't wanna meet you nowhere. No, don't want none of your time. No, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Car and you're walking
Every day I think of you. Every night I think of you. Every day I think of you. Every night I think of you. Say every day I think of you. Every night I think of you.
Well, I'm here, I'm back, I'm taking over. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I'm clean and sober. I be African man, I be exotic lover. Pretty lady, it's nice to know ya, nice to know ya, nice to meet ya. What's your name?
Chloe.
What's your name? Say what?
Sharifa.
Love me, JJ, love me tender. I don't mess around, I'm not a great pretender. I'm the bad, bad boy from Nigeria, the baddest boy in this area. You blow my mind with the way you walking. You blow my mind with the way you talking. Oh, stop, stop, stop. Love me, JJ, love me tender.
Love me, Jaja, love me tender.
Love me, JJ, love me tender.
Love me, Jaja, love me tender.
You're my sugar, my honey, my tender love.
You're my sugar, my honey, my tender love.
My sugar, my honey, my tender love.
My sugar, my honey, my tender love.
It's Friday and I'm ready to swing. Pick up my girls and hit the party scene tonight. Oh, it's alright. So get up and let this funky mellow groove get you in the mood. 'Cause you know it's alright. Yeah. Keep on grooving. Don't stop moving. Don't stop moving. Let me see you go. Back, back, go back. Let me see you go. Back, alright. Wanna see you go. Back, come on. Let me see you go. See you go back and forth. Now's the time for you to make your move to the dance floor. So throw your hands in the air and wave 'em around like you just don't care. Yeah. Ooh, it's the LIYAH ripping up the stage. I got jazz personality, G mentality, peace to soul train. Keep on grooving. Don't stop moving. Now let me see you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oh, back, back,
my charge. For you, my charge. You want the phone? No case. I no go talk. Scarface for you, my charge. For you, my charge. Take me everywhere you want to go. Oh, tell me everything I want to know. No lies, no lie. Yeah, run am anyhow you want to run. Check out, baby girl, you fire pass it on. No doubt, no doubt. But you say, kilo come, I'm getting money, biggie money. So what's the fun? Who be risky? Body whiskey, get tipsy, but all the bar risky. Kilo come, I'm getting money, biggie money. So what's the fun? Who be risky? Body whiskey, get tipsy, but all the bar risky.
Risky, yes, your body risky. Me no one go 50-50. Risky, yes, your body
risky.
Risky, yes, your body risky. Me no one go 50-50. Risky, yes, your body risky.
Yeah, been a very long time. Yeah, me still a wait for your wine. Body curve up, you clean and cute, so your nipple them blow my mind. Me we give you money anywhere, anytime. Jiggle up your body, make me see your waistline. Yeah, you know you need me and your body risky. I grade than whiskey tonight. Y'all know you love, guess why? Dress up in and right hairstyle. Me we give you the world, baby. Me say you are my bonfire. Y'all me love your style. Ready to give you the ring, girl, child. You are my Barbie, darling. You are my bonfire.
But you say, kilo come, I'm getting money, biggie money. So what's the fun? Who be risky? Body whiskey, get tipsy, but all the bar risky. Kilo come, I'm getting money, biggie money. So what's the fun? Who be risky? Body whiskey, get tipsy, but all the bar risky.
I'm a brother man. Only any problem. Baby, show up. Show me the making call. Mula yellow wajeku. Iru ele yo mani problem. Melanin, popping. Baby, ni show nita. Baby, such I give you fita. Money do nita, oh yeah. Show me capital business. Show me character dickiness. Can you wake up around 4:30? To make breakfast for me. Go by the leisure, gimme. Gimme, come up for me chicky. Gimme, come up for me chicky. Oh, long time ago, I said no, if you make me conform. Oh yeah, okay me more corner. Now I do now I run up. Oh yeah, very gentle girl. I'll pick you up, don't you pick it girl. Mama say I don't fall in love, and my papa say I'm a child love. Baby show up, show me the making call. Mula yellow wajeku, iru ele yo mani problem. Melanin, popping. Baby, me show me that. Baby, such I give you fita. Money do nigga, oh yeah. Show me capital business. Show me character dickiness. Can you wake up around 4:30? To make breakfast for me. Go by the leisure, gimme.
Say I be the one with them give chance. Say I be the one with they make plans. For all man to benefit a be. To make we disagree to agree to create chance. But now
one where them give chance. Say I be the one where they make plans. For all man to benefit I be, to make we disagree, to agree to create chance. But now I am not of importance, cause now I am looking from a distance. And that's why he give them the chance to do ours and turn us the victim of circumstance. Them just they ignore our existence. They create excuse, they use excuse to buy dance. Them no one knows every day, them they use us, they play. All we get is a passing glance. Anytime we stand for resistance, when I'm in the act of exploitance, I be we just be living in a trance land. Oh my God, hello, oh yeah. To feel what I feel, it means you feel in my flow, and then you know say it's so. Hello, oh yeah. In your hustle, or you in a motor, and you there have us slows. Hello, oh yeah. You feel that this thing is affecting your being and it's killing your soul. Hello, oh yeah. Hello, oh yeah. For the thing where you see, that make you hello, oh yeah. Hello, oh yeah. They make me the one to the hello, yeah. Even if I want to the cheat, I go still go the one to the hello, yeah. Stand, look around you, and I bet you go one to the hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. For instance, say mini ballet of Nigerians. Share I go, they respect your own stance. Share I go, create the scenery for better to plenty. To they make me, they give chance. Instead of to they pack the money go France. They make suffer to full in abundance. They make me to one run away to a place where he be say I go, they feel like to break dance. Where them go respect my skills for instance. Where them go no go just stay they play pranks. On top the people where walk the way, where give them the key to the door, to their substance. Where them just they use with the freelance. They're looting what they give us assurance. Repentance, no they their plans. See they create annoyance for my hands. So hello, oh yeah. You know what I feel, it means you feel in my flow, and then you know that it's so. Hello. Hello, yeah. You feel that this thing is affecting your being and it's killing your soul. Hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. For the thing when you see what make you hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. There is a thing when we feel, they make me the one to the hello, yeah. Even if I want to the cheat, I go still the one to the hello, yeah. Stand look around me, and I bet you go one to the hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. For the thing when you see what make you hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. Make me they give chance. Instead of gather money, they go France. Aye, chai, aye. Hello, yeah. 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 She like a man. Hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. Yeah. Who the, what's that song? Hey, chat. I don't know. Yeah.
Sincerely speaking, it's been a wonderful time since morning, and I believe we are enjoying our lunch. Like I mentioned, there's going to be a dinner and award night ceremony this evening in the same hall. So we wanted to prepare ourselves, but we quickly want to go for the last session, speaking to the youth and the maritime student session. And to do justice to this, my co-anchor will actually be facilitating this particular session. Join me as I welcome Ramat to coordinate this last session. Over to you, Ramat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Session. Are there youths in the house? I know your mouths are busy, but you can just wave your hands. Are there youths in the house? Can I see your hands up? Okay. Great Nigerian youth. No, now what is happening? This is your time. We are going to have conversation. So we need you to be alive so that we can have a very fruitful conversation. I'm going to say the slogan again. Great Nigerian youth. This is not inspiring, no. Leaders of tomorrow. This is not inspiring. Let's take it one more time. Or else we will not move from here. Just give me like 1 minute. Don't raise your hands. Just give me 1 minute. Don't put anything in your mouth. Great Nigerian youth. Great. Greatest Nigerian youth. Great. Great Nigerian youths. Great. Fantastic. And so we're going to go to the third plenary session. And to do justice to that, I'm going to call on the moderator in the person of Mrs. Rollins McFoy. Is she here? Is she in the building? I know that we're quite busy with our mouths, but I want us to pay attention. You know, there was something that Dr. Peter Said said. He said, you can be present and not present. Please, I want you to be present and present at this session. Let's be present and present. Mrs. Rollins McFoy. Okay, before I go to the third plenary session, I just want to recognize some very key persons who are here, and because they came, we need to recognize and appreciate them. The Maritime Security Providers Association of Nigeria MASPAN President, Emmanuel Megua, and Captain Sunday M. Umore, Secretary General, Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control for West and Central African Region, also called Abuja MOU. Thank you for clapping. Thank you. I wish we can clap. Yeah, because some of us have finished eating, so please, thank you. Let's liven up the hall. I appreciate. And so we have the moderator for this session in the person of Mrs. Rollins McFoy. She is the current Vice President, WIMA Anglophone, that's Women in Maritime Africa. And she is the CEO and MD of Ocean Deep Maritime Services. She is also the chairperson protocol of this, of the planning of this conference. Please, let's put our hands together for her. And I'm going to call up the panelists. I have Dare Damilare. Is Dare Damilare here, please? Dare Damilare. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she comes up. Our fashion content creator from Unilag. Yeah? Okay, fantastic. And then Timileyin Alarakpe. Is Timileyin here, please? Okay, fantastic. Put your hands together for her. Okay. Do we have David Idowu? David Idowu. Where is David Idowu? Present or absent? Okay. And last but not the least, Oputa Goodness Ugochukwu. Oputa Goodness Ugochukwu. This plenary session will be looking at, it's a youth and maritime student session, and this session will be looking at spotlight on the next generation of African maritime professionals. So we're spotlighting on the next generation. During the first plenary session, someone asked the question if we can have, topics on maritime, the maritime curriculum from primary school, and now we're looking at the next generation. And so I believe that there's a lot for us to learn. Please, let's put our hands together for them as our moderator kicks off this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramat. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session. This session is especially for our youths, to sensitize them and to let them know what this industry is all about, and to prepare them for proper navigation along the way, so that our reason for setting up this youth panel is because we've been working on youth programs, going to schools. Like yesterday, Wista was at Unilag Maritime Forum, trying to sensitize them and all that. So we're trying to bring them up, those of them who are interested, so that they will know the right way to navigate, and so that they can come up and know that there is still a lot of space in this industry. Like I will always say, I have studied and I have found out that there are 150 sectors or professions in this industry. So there is enough room, depending on your niche and what your interest is. So without wasting more time, I would like to go to the panel session to dish out the questions. This year, IMO team for seafarers is carrying the trade, carrying the risk. So that's where we are majoring. We want to find out how all this works. Okay. For Unilag, that's Darila Milola, the president of the Maritime Forum, ably represented by someone here. Okay, so, can you?
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, stakeholders in the maritime industry. All protocols duly observed. My name is Oputa Goodness Ugochukwu, a student of marine engineering from the Federal College of Fisheries and Marine Technology, Victoria Island, Lagos.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. My name is Princess Ellis. I am the Administrative Officer of the Maritime Forum Unilag, and I'm standing in to represent the President, Dari Damilare.
Good day, everyone, and it's such an honor, such a pleasure, rather, to be here in the midst of all distinguished stakeholders. I am Oluwatimileyin Alarakwe, also known as Timi, and I am a final year law student at Lagos State University and also the president of Maritime Law Club, Lagos State University.
Thank you very much. Lasso. Alarakwe.
Yes, ma'am.
1.9 million seafarers and 14 billion tonnage of cargo annually. That's the ratio. 1.9 million seafarers, 14 billion cargo. Does the international regulatory architecture reflect that scale in human responsibility? That is, we're talking about human elements. How do you think it fits?
Okay, so if we're even going to take a look at exactly like the current happenings in the global industry and also the maritime sector, the Strait of Hormuz is such a very, very pivotal, illustrative description of what it is and how the international regulatory laws have been failing as a whole. Because this, in my view, right, I do not think that the international authorities or the regulatory architecture that we currently have are a direct reflection to the scale of what human responsibility, which is in this term, protection of seafarers, actually represents. So my view on this is that the problem that this international architecture or currently have is that first, there's so much force as regards making sure that the vessels are seaworthy, but it's not that same level of priority and seaworthiness, and also vessel and trading is not the same for seafarers, and I think that should be looked into, right, for the international architecture, especially some of the laws that we have, for example, the MLC, the Maritime Labour Convention as well. So yes, that is my view on it. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Unilag, if IMO's theme for 2026, from policy to practice, to mean anything, what is the single implication or the milestone that should be achieved before Maritime Day 2027?
Okay, personally, I believe what can be done is that there should be at least one implementation plan successfully done and structured before the next World Maritime Day 2027. And I don't just mean implementation in the word alone, but also in the practical aspect. So there should be some method in which we can gauge results. This could be maybe like refining the way the maritime legislation is actively implemented in Nigeria or in other countries against the next World Maritime Day 2027.
Thank you. Oceanography. Maritime Labour Convention, MLC 2006, popularly known as Seafarers' Bill of Rights, brought out a substantial rule book. As it stands today, has enough been done? If not, what are the enforcement gaps and who is responsible for closing this gap?
Okay, thank you very much, Ma, for that question. Yeah, the Maritime Labour Convention for 2006 clearly stated how the seafarers should be treated, why they are on board. Yes, it's clearly stated out the terms of wages, accommodation, health services, and repatriation in case of disembarking the vessel. But as it stands today, I don't think that enough has been done, actually, because we still see cases of seafarer abandonment, we still see cases of limited access to shore leave, we still see cases of seafarers being short paid and even underpaid. So I think more still needs to be done Like the team says, from policies to implementation, these policies have been put in place for the seafarers' well-being and welfare, but they are not actually being fully implemented. And so I still think that more needs to be done. Yes, more needs to be done.
Who closes the gap and who is responsible?
Okay, closing that gap would require a shared responsibility of stakeholders in the maritime industry. Yeah, it's involving both ship owners, the port states, the flag states, international organizations like the IMO, and even the international labor organizations. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Lasso. By my calculations, 1.9 million seafarers against 14 billion tonnage of cargo annually. That means one seafarer is carrying the weight of 7,000 persons per minute, per second, per hour. What do you think, or how do you think this can be redeemed? Can you profile solutions?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Madam Moderator. So, as I earlier just mentioned from the first submission I made, so one of the most practical ways that I've seen that is currently, in practice now with the involvement and also the involvement of technology such as artificial intelligence and also Internet of Things is how automation can be imputed into the process of shipping. For example, there's Amazon is already doing it, where they're already making sure that automation is part of the process when it comes to them shipping globally across various continents. And that's just a use case of Amazon as an international organization on its own. So building also of some robots that could help with, that have been trained specifically for taking up some of the role of making sure that some of these cargoes that are currently maybe at the ports are well facilitated well, amongst many other things. So that's one of the ways I think we could mitigate or redeem the workload of one seafarer to at least millions of cargoes every month or every year in, year out.
Okay, are you saying in summary that capacity building is essential? Capacity building is essential not just to the regulatory authorities, maritime authorities, but also to stakeholders.
Yes, capacity building is actually very, very relevant. And similarly, for that, aside from just capacity building, one of the points that I'm also hinting on and also hinging on is that just as capacity is building amongst relevant stakeholders as well, similarly, when it comes to the place of infrastructure, there should be development there as well. And that's the example I gave with the use case of artificial intelligence imputed into the process as well.
Yeah, like some outside the country now, some people use drones for vessel inspection.
Yeah. Oh, that's a new use case.
Yes, and then we should embrace unmanned vessels to lighten the load.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For Unilag, you spoke on IMO's 2026 going to 2027. And you kind of talked about what should be done and what should not. So I want to ask you, personally, what is your idea on how to sensitize our youth? Because you have been in this line, How, from what you have gathered from mentors who come to Unilag all the time, there are some youths here today that have not had that opportunity. What can you say to them How do they grow?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I personally like that question. So what I would first say is that there needs to be a level of curiosity in students. I feel like there is a certain level it reaches in the academic scale that people just be like, I'm tired, I want to graduate, I'm no longer paying attention, give me any grade. But at the end of the day, there should be some certain level where people get curious beyond your degree, get curious into that part of the reasons why I'm in the Maritime Forum. Why do people talk maritime? What's there about it beyond the monetary aspect? What is there? So something, I will also use the example. Yesterday, I was a moderator for a session where there was Miss Doing, and she spoke about life below water. And we had students from Methodist Girls High School and Queen's College there. And then there was a question I asked that, how many of you know about the SDG 14, life below water? Everybody was blank. Nobody raised their hand. And for someone that is very passionate about that, it was quite shocking. So, and she was able to teach them. So I believe the students should have a certain level of curiosity, dive beyond what you are taught, go online, not just browse TikTok or Instagram. Do your own personal interest research, ask questions. Fortunately, we're here where there are so many skilled, diverse maritime professionals here. By the time you engage one or two, you should gain something, and that can also help you. Also in Unilag too, it applies.
Thank you. So if I can take, let's take that you said, attend more seminars, be curious, do research online, ask questions, be proactive, and ask yourself questions. What am I interested in? What do I want to be in the next 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? And then begin to work towards it. Not just working towards it, making some sensitive movements and getting yourself mentorship. Because mentorship cannot come to you. You have to go to mentorship if you really want to break through and shatter the glass ceiling. Have I spoken your word?
Yes, yes. I would also have to add something, please. So in addition to that, in 3 years' time, in 6 years' time, I believe that that is something that makes a lot of people lax, in the sense that when you know you have 3 years to accomplish a goal, you feel you can, nobody's rushing me. If you shorten that time span to in 6 months, I can accomplish this, you start to realize that your brain that you underestimated can actually start moving, like it can actually start thinking. Your eyes, they are open to bigger opportunities. You start working so that even if you don't get that 3 years, because of the way you thought in 6 months, in less than a year, you should accomplish it. So shorten that time span for yourself.
Youths are talking. Wonderful. Okay, my upcoming engineer. Granted the fact that I learned that you are one of the best in your department, and you're very outspoken and very studious, can you educate the youth today that as an engineer, apart from working on board, what else do you think an engineer can do? Because the problem we have now is most people are, let's say, in school studying law, and they feel that they can only do maritime law. Blessing shattered it yesterday, and she told so many stories in Unilag. And then some people studying marine engineering or studying nautical science, you feel that you can only pilot a vessel. And then engineering, you feel like you can only work on board as an engineer. And then 1 year, 6 months, 1 year down the line, 2 years, you are not getting the job because the competition is stiff and all that. And before you know, you despair. Like I know some, I don't want to mention, but driving Uber after going to maritime school, says this frustration, says there is no job. What do you think can be done? And where and where and where, or what do you think the person can do? And how do you think the person can navigate into a better, not just a better student, but a better employee or employer, with or without finding a vessel to work on?
Thank you very much, Ma, for that question. Studying marine engineering as a branch of the maritime sector is full of opportunities.
Please speak louder.
Okay. Marine engineering as a branch of the maritime sector is full of vast opportunities in the sense that, like you said earlier, is working on board the only option for an engineer? No. Marine engineers have privileges to working not only on board, but other facilities, other engineering facilities, which includes hydro, electricity generations. They could even manage, basically, if you should look deeply into the course marine engineering. Marine engineering is a course that gathers information from other branches of engineering. A marine engineer can stand in as a mechanical engineer. A marine engineer can stand in as an HVAC engineer. So marine engineers can fit into automation industries. They could fit into refrigeration industries. They could also fit into power, that is hydroelectricity generation industry. So there are vast opportunities readily available to marine engineer, not only working on board, actually. For instance, a marine engineer on board solves all problems: electrical problems, AC and the refrigerator problems, the mechanical problems arising from the main engines and the auxiliaries. So with this basic knowledge and training, which they've acquired over the years, I guess a marine engineer, a certified marine engineer, should be able to work as an electrical engineer also. So there are many opportunities available to a marine engineering student. Thank you.
Thank you. To add to it, it can also be a class surveyor, yes. Vessel surveyor.
Yes, ma'am. A vessel surveyor, yes.
Yeah, you can be a marine superintendent and all that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So we'll take our last word. Timile, what can you say to the youth?
Okay, so I'm going to use myself as a use case scenario. The very first maritime event I attended, I was 17. And that meant I was literally the tiniest person in the room. I went along with my senior colleagues. And I would say that 3 years of actively attending maritime events has brought so much opportunities to me as a person, and also a lot of development as well in personal learning and also capacity building. And I love the fact that majority of the initiatives and programs that I've benefited from are always women-led. I'm so proud to be, part of the upcoming Women in the Maritime Sector for events from like the Lagos International Maritime Week, where I got paired with a mentor last year. Also, Wista, WIMA, NMLA, and all of that. So the thing I want to say to every single youth in this hall is see yourself as that professional. I was just 17 when I attended my first maritime event, and 3 years later, I'm here and you're listening to me as a panelist on this particular stage. So don't try to, there's room for everybody, and the maritime sector is one of the sectors that I've seen that is very open, and like their arms are wide open to accept youth. There are a lot of things to do, and also like the older generations are willing to teach the younger generations. So make sure to make yourself readily available, resourceful, and also please, when you get access to mentors and some of these connections that you build at conferences, don't trivialize it, because it's also very, very pivotal and also very important to your growth as a person. So on behalf of like all the panelists here, which I don't know, I did not take permission from, I would just love to say a very huge thank you to all the industry stakeholders that have been making sure that we, the younger generations, they put us forward, they make us attend these events for free, even when it's paid. They invite us to work on projects with them, and we really appreciate all the sponsorship, guidance, and mentors. Thank you very much, Ma, to Mrs. Rollins McFoy. I don't know, please, can we get a round of applause for her? Mrs. McFoy is always there at every event, making sure that we students also get attendance as well. Thank you very much, ma'am. May God bless you.
Thank you, Timilei. A student talking like a CEO. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much, my panelists. I really enjoyed this session. Honestly, this is very good. and I appreciate it, and I'm sure Wista is proud of you. We would like to take questions from...
Okay, please can we put our hands together for them, please? That was very inspiring, very, very inspiring.
We would like to take questions from...
We will only take 2 questions. Three questions because we need to come back for the gala night. So please, if you want to ask a question, can I see your hands up, please? Okay.
Ramat.
Yes, ma'am.
They should take
Yes.
a microphone to her. They should give her a microphone.
Where
Where are the ushers? Ushers? Take the microphone round.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, able moderator, and wonderful panelists. I'd like to ask the young lady who got a mentor at Lagos International Maritime Week. I would like you to share with the House your interactions with the mentor from when you were matched and to now.
Okay, so thank you very much, ma'am. So my interaction with my mentor, is a maritime lawyer at Foundation Chambers, Mrs. Miriam Dam Abu AJ. So from last year to this year, my mentor has been actively involved in my project writing. So I'm currently writing on maritime, and the topic is developing an effective legal framework for autonomous shipping in Nigeria or Nigeria waters. And aside from that, I took the initiative to make sure that at least I'm in constant communication with my mentor. So every month we have checkup calls, and aside from checkup calls as well, she makes sure to tell me about events that are happening in the maritime sector, especially when it's like the legal related. And also, yes, that's the improvements.
Mentors in the house.
Yes, that I've been able to make.
You see? Thank you. And then I want to say to the youth that even when you WhatsApp, call, the mentors are not picking. Just keep sending messages. When they have the time, they will reply. Because a lot of you, just fall by the wayside when you send 1 or 2 messages and the person is not answering. And that's not a serious attitude. Next, any question? Another question?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening. I want to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Comrade Omotayo Temitope, the National President of National Association of Nigerian Maritime Students, NAMS. I'm not asking any question, but I just want to raise some critical issues which I think we need to be speaking about, not still deliberating on same issues every day. What I just want to say is the main issue we have and we face as a cadets and students, because here we are talking about students and cadets here at this panel session. So before you even walk on board or anywhere, there are some certifications you get, and which we are having issues in those certifications, getting those certifications. So I think tackling those issues are the things we need to prioritize at this point. The issue of getting your certifications, your discharge books, the likes. If you don't have them, you cannot work on board. And if you finally get yourself on board, poor welfareism and the likes, not just the cadets, but the whole seafarers. So these are the things we need to put in considerations, not always speaking about the things that we need to prioritize about, our certifications and getting seat time trainings and all of that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Your certifications are your responsibility. How is it a problem?
Getting them is the problem.
How?
Not applying.
STCW certifications are your issue. If you are ready for the maritime or to board any vessel, even after you have graduated from the university, then you have to do the STCW courses to be accredited to be on board. And that is still your line of training, just like your parents or yourself sent yourself to university or any of the maritime institutions. So tell us, how is it a problem? Because there are mentors in the house here, and very good stakeholders who can take this back. What do you explain?
Okay. To emphasize very much, I would say the issue of discharge book. Because being the president, I receive different kind of messages, calls in the aspect of discharge book. I have someone here since last year. He has not done capturing and he has dropped the requirement. Sitting close to me right here, someone that can testify to that. So something like that, if he has opportunity on going on board and that document is not here, is that his fault or the fault of people issuing the documents?
With all due respect, I'm on top of discharge book with NIMASA. Since December last year, like you said, there has discharge book. If discharge book has been scarce, it's just within 1 week or 2 weeks for them to reload. So they've had it. The ones that have come to me in the last 1 month or 2 months, they got discharge books. The ones that went to NIMASA, they got discharge books. So it depends on your level of seriousness. As you speak to me too, I have a mentor here who has spent over 600 and something thousand to train a seafarer to be. And after the training, this guy has done capturing. I was there in Nimasa the day he did capturing. And as I speak to you today, he has not gone back to go and check. Is he expecting Nimasa to call him that his seaman's record book is ready or what? If you are desperate about something, you do a follow-up. The problem that we're having with today's youth is that they lack proper follow-up. So that's what I have to say.
In the aspect of follow-up and the likes, last year we met with NIMASA stakeholders and all, and they told us this. I have people that do go to NIMASA office every time, every now and then, and still same issues.
We'll look into that. Let's take the final question.
But that's what we do here every time, every now and then.
Probably you should see the mentors behind the camera. But let's take the final question. Final question, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I have a question. Like the woman that spoke in the last panel asked, or rather she stated that there are more women in maritime law than the men. Okay, so I noticed that there are not so many women in the technical field. So apparently, I'm a student of postgraduate student of Institute of Maritime Studies, studying maritime environmental studies, yeah. And I'm aspiring to be in naval architecture. Apparently, my first degree was in building. And so I'd like to ask this question, yeah? What is Wista doing towards empowering women that are trying to get in the technical fields? Because if we're trying to say that Wista Nigeria, because if we're trying to say that we want women to be in this, you know, like right now, we don't have so many women in maritime. We need them to take up technical skills or the technical roles, which is what will drive, which is what will drive.
Fine, it's fine. I got your question.
Okay.
But I want to tell you that you have to walk up to these things. Like I said, there are mentors in the house. You've been in this program since morning. How many people have you walked up to and talked to? How many? When you look at their faces, you know them. It's written on their faces. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is so. This is what I want, and this is who I am, and all that.
Okay.
And 1 minute. And then there are captains of the industry in the house today, technically, that can lead you through the pathway. Captains in the house, chief officers.
Actually, one of the captains here is one of my mentors.
Please? Captains in the house, please understand. Chief officers, female, all captains, all seafarers in uniform. Please, can you stand? Can you stand for recognition? Can you stand? That is the vice president of Wista. She is a captain on board an LNG vessel. But you've been here since morning. We have come here. The serious reason for coming here is networking. And that's another captain down there. Wave your hand. 2 of them. Engineer. So, these are technical areas. Chief engineer, female. Captain, female. When you come here, take this serious. Move around. I know mostly everybody here, except for the international people that I know few. There are a few of them that you can. I don't think there's anybody here that you can walk up to and beg to mentor you and network. I have before me here the maritime lawyer Edodo. I have before me here a one-time port manager, Chief Mrs. Carol Ufere, IMO representative for Nigeria. She was here. Mrs. Mogo. I can name people. The president of Wista is the director of finance. She knows the trainings and knows where to direct you to. That's why we're doing this program. It's mentorship program. Ramat, we're taking the last question?
Yeah, the last question.
Last question.
Good evening, everyone. I'll stand on existing protocol. Thank you for the opportunity to ask this question. And I'll be directing this question to Mrs. Orishe Matosan. I was supposed to ask her during her session, but I didn't have the opportunity, so let me go. The question is as regards cybersecurity. I've been here since morning. I've heard a lot of things. I am actually a cyber law expert. And I realized that I've not heard anything about cybersecurity when it comes to the maritime sector. Now we have a lot of regulations, bricks and mortar regulations, traditional regulations when it comes to security, safety, and all that. But I've not heard anything about emerging technologies, how it can help cyber risk as regards to the affairs in the maritime sector. And being a cyber law expert, it is something I'm actually very interested in. I don't know if we have people already in the field in the maritime sector, or if there are policy makers that are looking at bringing up laws to help regulate cyber risk when it comes to. So I don't know, Ma, if you can help with this question. Thank you so much.
Microphone.
Thank you very much. I didn't realize that I would be on the spot at this young people's meeting. First of all, starting from this meeting that we're at, you didn't hear about cybersecurity because cybersecurity did not form part of the subjects that was to be dealt with. But now that you have mentioned it, if you are
I would like to call on the chairperson of the planning committee in the person of Mrs. Omar Fadli to join them for a photo session, please. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Please, let's wait for the chairperson. I also like to call on Barrister Orimeshe Matosa Emore Edodo to join up, please. I also like to call on Mrs. Helima Jemite to also join up, please. I also like to call on the Vice President of 8th Wista, Nigeria. I think she's here somewhere. Captain Edidion. Is she here? Oh, our president is here. I would like our president to also join up for the photo session. I would like to call on our very own Chief Mrs. Jean Chiaza Anishere to Let's wait up for our Vice President, Captain Edidion. At this point, I would like to call on my co-MC in the person of Mr. Olusegun Song to wrap up today's conference. Please, can you come up to this podium majestically? Move with the rhythm of the music.
I think we can put our hands together to celebrate these wonderful people, the upcoming professionals that we'll definitely have. So while we'll round up, I want to make these few announcements that there will be dinner here by 7 p.m. Let's try and come together, and there will be award ceremony for some of our distinguished maritime professionals. Make it a day to be with us. And on behalf of the president of 8th Wista, Nigeria, we want to make special appreciation to the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the Nigeria, our platinum sponsor. NEMASA, we thank you greatly. Nigerian Port Authority, National Inland Waterways Authority, Nigerian Shippers Council, AA Secure Platform, NIWA, STARS, LTT, APF Terminals, 96.1 FM, LASWA, Expo Marine Services, RYN Management, ONE Chambers, WIMACO, that is Women in Maritime and West Africa Central, African Women in Maritime, Sea Transport and UPS. Thank you very much for making our time to be here today. I will see you once again during the dinner and award presentation. Take care and enjoy your evening. DJ, blast your music.
I'm on a different steez. Singlet belt and ripped out jeans. Man too as I know if you lose that cheese. Oluwa under my body with blessings. When you leave that team. When I say kukuru cook that team. Who they check I know you look that team. Face white, yash black, I rebuke that team.
This is another Tolio for my man. Make I tell you waiting happen for a bullet. Body's big party inside my bullet. I went there with my best friend Kule. Kule they there with his girlfriend Shile. Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just the one that say which can party eh? Everything yakba, everything there. Oh shit, I get many girls with them they come from away. AJ boys and they like to throw away. almost go be. We just having fun, we won't carry on. Crazy guests like make the stallion, but my girlfriend they turn me on. That's why I hold on tight, hold on jeje, hold on tight, hold on jeje. That's why I hold on tight, hold on jeje, hold on tight, hold on jeje.
They can want to make come hole. I'ma show you good day, no come done. I'ma go day also go sharp. I'ma not DJ to they play. I'm in the mood. I'ma get fell in the ground. I do marry no one like you. Tabaja de baba shot de low.
I'm in the mood to talk to you, waiting the worry you. Now me and you. Today not today, when you go know me, yeah. Amale, nibulo tunda, kose perfume, kalo no finda, kashe kini ye kayo no fila. Dija too slowly, tebuka jogo loba. Amale, nibulo tunda, kose perfume, kalo no finda, kashe kini ye kayo no fila. We dey cruise ninu, party kajo magbadu. Amajare, Amajare, yo wanna, dare awala. I'm a giant, I do my giant. Put it on the way. I do my giant, I do my giant.
Non stop, I'm a giant non stop.
Naturalist.
Yeah, I'm coming out straight this time. I'm coming out with a little of my own kind of peace of mind. I'm doing it my way this time, like I'm not gonna bore you with some flimsy kind of piece of rhymes. So pull a cushion, sit back, relax, and listen to this introduction of me, myself, and my mission. My vision is to let you all see that there's more to this life than just faking up reality. Yeah, reality. I wake up in the morning and I stretch out my feet. Say I thank you prayer, then I brush up my teeth. A little exercise and then I grab something to eat. Put on a piece of cloth and I step out into the street. Then into the studio just to cook up some beat. Later to the club to make the people feel the heat. Make an honest living and I'm proud about it. Making sure that all my mistakes I don't repeat. Like I mind my own business and I don't give a shit. I say what's on my mind, I don't have time to edit. Got to thank the Lord that He set me on my feet. Oh, praise the Lord, He give me power to defeat. If you give me stone instead of to give me meat, I try to palm it and I try to forget it. Everybody know that me too legit to quit. Everybody know that me physically fit. Everybody know that me humble and cool, but some people them take me for a fool of neighbor. Never give another man job. So the reason why I say for neighbor is that I got my conscience by my side, got peace of mind inside for neighbor. No matter what they do, I'm going to make my dough. So the reason why I say for neighbor is who God has blessed. No man can curse. No man can curse. Oh, who God has blessed. No man can curse. No. Today is the first day of the rest of my life. I got to be strong.
My country people, them go talk. Them just the parambulates. So story heavy and Never no bring light, generator whatever, yeah. Oh, plenty greedy man for them, oh yeah. Take a project, forget it, matter. Forget about the big things, so say make we talk about the small things, so. Aye, make you. Forget about the big things, so say make we talk about the small things, so yeah. Aye, make you. Rara, yeah. Agbada, jangbada, ulabada, rara, yeah. Agbada, jangbada,
Olabada, you are where they bless me, amen. Say you go bless you too, amen. Bless your papa, oh, amen. Bless your mama, oh. Let me know, let me know what is. Me oju eleba, they know my story. From old dog studio, I be hustle to work. Me oju eleba, oh, me and Steve. From old dog studio, we been hustle to work. Me oju eleba, oh, my people dead, my people suffer. Them they pray for blessing. Me oju eleba, oh, my people dead. Them they pray for blessing, for better living. Kilo dale, aye ole to yo, aye oni double. Adura lo le she o, call on daddy. Adura go, tishu eni badele. I forward bold, I am feeling good tonight. This thing got me thanking God for life. Oh, I can't explain. I can't explain. Yeah. I am feeling good tonight. This thing got me.
Don't need a shower, baby, I need a freak. Lick it like ice cream, as if you mean to be disgusting. It's not enough. Chop my banana, one side I lie, then no stopping up. Go shopping up, fuck that. If I go Lorado, breakfast don't fall. You Danny Muja come. As well as champagne in my mood. I get a girl from the ghetto. Cat girls from uptown. That's the life of a city boy. Oh yeah, get Dama. Oh yeah, get Jello. Oh yeah, get. Oh yeah, get. Oh yeah, get. Oh yeah, get. Mama Sheba, come back on. Make me the start to the paragon. Start to the halagon. Cause you know say my people they calagon. Oguno makbamo. As I hating on us, make we manyamo. You know I be my father's son. Cause you know say I come from Potako. That's why I'm a jago. Start to the dance, I'm like I do. Koni tolago. I go show you say bounce and tolago. Cause I be city boy. And as I day for the street, they give me joy. Lamborghini boy. Put them on some Jesus and I'm not religious. But I know.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially your bite and move. The way you hold that thing, me wanna hold that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I, oh la la, what if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down at mile 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Yeah, I am wayward. Be like I'm the only way forward.
She like mattress, she not face so, she like actress. I say nobody fi contest you, my baby. She not your show, she not face so, she not waist so, I don't be beto. Nobody fi contest you.
nìkan ò ti tó mi. Mo kọ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti Indomie. Baby dúró mọ́ mi, no go leave me lonely. Gbàgbé Johnson, make you leave the story. Má lọ kọ́ra mọ́ mi, cause you see me stony. Ìwọ ṣáà máa wò mí, bí mo ṣe ń jó ìwọ ṣáà máa wò mí. Ó ní problem, ìwọ lálábàárò mi. Ọlọ́ládé okòrí mi má takò mí o.
You be melody for my soul, girl, you're my own, my own. Can't leave you alone. Competition for my lady. Oh no, 'cause she get everything when I need in a woman and more. My lady, if you see my lady, oh, it's not no more. You go know say people fine. You go know say God design in a LLA. Oh, she na show, he like my dress. She na face so, he like actress. I say nobody fi contest you. Oh, my baby, oh. She na show, she na face so, she na waist so, na no be me too. Competition for my lady. Oh no, 'cause she get everything where I need in a woman and more. My lady, if you see my lady, oh, it's not no more. You go know say people fine. You go know say God design in a LLA. Oh, na LLA. Oh, she na show, he like my dress. She na face so, he like actress. I say nobody fi contest you. Oh, my baby, oh. She na show, she na face so, she na waist so, na no be me too. Nìkan ò ti tó mi. Mo kọ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti Indomie. Baby dúró mọ́ mi, no go leave me lonely. Gbàgbé Johnson, make you leave the story. Má lọ kọ́ra mọ́ mi, cause you see me stony. Ìwọ ṣáà máa wò mí, bí mo ṣe ń jó ìwọ ṣáà máa wò mí. Ó ní problem, ìwọ lálábàárò mi. Ọlọ́ládé okòrí mi má takò mí o. You be melody for my soul, girl, you're my own, my own. Can't leave you alone. Competition for my lady. Oh no, 'cause she get everything where I need in a woman and more. My lady, if you see my lady, oh, it's not no more. You go know say people fine. You go know say God design in a LLA. Oh,
Sound check 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Pensano quando felici ste stelle. Fulle storvede mai quando vol save tu peno vesitrai cosa mei che bellissime stelle tu sai no buscai no vivai cosai trei vai tu bellissime stelle fammi sto che me tor fammi nu Sound. Okay, thank you. Love your way that's the most like you. See.
Let me check in mind again.
I want to sing with mine.
9 days, next paper. Extra laptop. 9 days.
Yeah, it's sound check 1, 2.
So, for me, the bass too much.
Yeah, sound check 1, 2, 1. Yeah. Yeah, sound check. Sound check. Yeah. Right. Full. Alive when stick right I fed or I might. Costai batarna facida. 1, 2, 1. Yeah. Sound 1, 2, 1. Wanted you to know I love a kind of fire. I can't find no other fate so play the friend. Friend of time. Sound 1, 2, 1, yeah. Poste with heads that no one passed down. Sound 1, 2, 1. Yeah, yeah. Christus. You hurt my heads like you. From never words to say my heart like that. Gave you all the tenders heavily told me. A lifetime never went I find that says will our torment takes you back before my heart that gives no other time. That living in my heart from today, my everything I wanted you to know. I love you with my heart and my cause fine, and Father care will change its light or fine. I want to you with a heart that knows no one but you. My heart, I never takes you mine. In truth, without my heart that leaves no other care, I'll join in through the sense of time. The joy and fill my hands that fill my day. Within my heart I'm changing you tonight. My every day that sings I would find the love you king. The devil fell a star. I want to feel the curse time. One day, my hearts will never be the same. Yeah. Yeah. Bostera fast. Grazie. Lebera tsussus. Yeah. Yeah. Mobile blaze. Carmen Vetharein, det oss my follow. Live in my heart together, shaking tomorrow. Sing in my heart divine, we are together. Join in my face again, turning tomorrow. sending my heart away, testing my frozen, singing my joyly fine, non to morning in Africa, Cassandra wake up, singing in my love fault again. Singing in my trance, in my hearts together, dancing with a love without end. Turning in my days off and my life together, taking my downfalls again. Singing in my role, in my heart together, turning my days without alarm. Singing my heart some way, we shall together. Love in my hands to fall, changing tomorrow. Sending my heart away from darling fuller. Taking my life fake ride, faith roll line. Every day I wake up, tell my hands together, telling the crowd without love. Every day I start out, then I cry my heart out, then my day is avoid. Every day I wake up, then I start to break up, knowing my life without blur. Tell my heart I start out, then I cry my heart out. Lovely is a man without love. Every day I wake up, till my time to wake up. Lonely is a man without love. Every day I start out, in my hands together. Lonely is a man without love. Without love. Gracias, Lord. Can you hear the drums, Fernando? I remember long ago, another started like this. In the firelight, Fernando, you hum into yourself and softly strumming your guitar. I could hear the distant drums and sounds of bugle calls were coming from afar. They're closer now, Fernando. Every hour, every minute seems so lost eternally. I was so afraid, Fernando. Young and full of life, and none of us prepared to die. And I'm not ashamed to say the run of guns and cannons almost made me cry. There was something in the air at night. We stirred so blind, Fernando. They were shining there for you and me, for liberty, Fernando. Though we'll never thought that we can lose, there's no regret. If I had to tell them game again, I would, my friend Fernando. As if I had to do. We are old and gray, Fernando. There is laying up ready, private German rifle in your hands. I was so afraid, Fernando. You see the fall in front of us, prepared, tired to die. And I couldn't in your arms and kind of call was one that almost made me cry. There is something in the aura. There is something there for you and me. For liberty, Fernando. Though we'll never thought away colors, there's no regret. Though the same again, I won't, my friend. Well, it's okay. No, okay. Yeah. Sound check. Poop.
Papi, arrest what? Arrest what? Eh. 3. Okay. No, I'm not sure. Okay, no panel session.